Police officer in Providence is now off the force because she was arrested in a drug bust in Pawtucket, say police.
Prosecutors say he is a large-scale fentanyl dealer, pumping the deadly narcotic onto the streets of Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New York, and Tennessee.
But we've learned he has strong ties to the Providence Police Department.
Did you know your nephew was a drug dealer?
Listen, my nephew had a very difficult upbringing.
The accused is the nephew of two top cops, there including the colonel. And now the department itself is under the FBI's microscope.
I have no comment that he's an idiot. That's my comment. Moron.
Custodian taken into custody. A local school janitor arrested after he allegedly had fentanyl on school property. The arrest of this janitor is caught on police body cam.
Rows of faces, 36 in all, 30 now in custody. Providence police say these 6 were at the top of the trafficking organization. 26-year-old Johan Jimenez of Providence.
A sweeping drug bust in Kennedy Plaza over several months, leading to 25 people charged for the possession and sale of illicit drugs.
Sweeping police bust that was first breaking in Eyewitness News at noon.
And nearly 24 people arrested in connection with a firearms and drug ring that police say was directly linked to multiple shootings in Providence this year.
And here they are, 21 suspects in all.
Federal agents are calling this a significant drug bust. The alone has a street value of more than $1 million. And we're told all of the people arrested are suspected of being involved in a Dominican organization that has ties to Mexican drug cartels.
Major drug bust. Federal agents say 2 brothers were caught in Providence last night with pounds of crystal meth hidden under the hood of their car.
Inside 6971 Bellevue Avenue, police seizing 9 kilos of firearm, and they arrested 2 individuals at the scene who they say are part of this operation, but they're not the ringleader. They identify him as Juan Martinez, who goes by Angel Zapata, currently in jail in New Jersey.
And a Providence man was also arrested on gun and drug charges in Fall River. Police say they arrested 27-year-old Ronnie Llenas Picardo yesterday during an apparent drug dealing.
Now on the night team, drugs, guns, and alleged child endangerment. West Warwick police arrest these 2 people after a lengthy investigation.
11, we are tracking breaking news out of Providence. Eyewitness News first on the scene of a drug bust at a local bar.
Police raiding the Tel Aviv bar tonight, taking 2 men into custody after a month-long investigation.
Top story this noontime, 3 people hauled into court today in Providence after several Providence college students were found having overdosed on drugs over the weekend. Besides the drug charges, these 3 suspects also facing firearms charges.
First tonight, a Providence College senior is now in jail after Cranston police officers found 11 kilos during a traffic stop.
State police say they've busted a drug and gun trafficking operation spanning the state. State police say they arrested 6 suspects last week, 3 from Providence, 2 from North Providence, and 1 from Johnston.
Providence man now sentenced to 7 years in federal prison for preparing to deal more than 24 kilos.
6-year-old Jorge Pimentel, a.k.a. Big Head, admitted to running a massive drug lab in Pawtucket. 19-year-old Orlando Orlena, 19-year-old Charles Smith, and 20-year-old Gary Maddox were arrested. All 3 are charged with possession of a stolen firearm and a large-capacity feeding device. Smith is facing additional charges, and Maddox is facing additional gun and drug charges.
Rhode Island was selling from behind prison walls. She says Benjamin Newman did all of this with a contraband cell phone that was smuggled in.
Varus and LaMonica Dixon are facing a long list of drug and weapons charges. Investigators raided their home on Friday, and they say their investigation is far from over.
And thank you for joining us. First at 6, new details on Operation Last Stand, a months-long investigation that led to at least 80 arrests near Somerville yesterday.
South Carolina Correction Facility employee is facing multiple charges after she was caught trying to smuggle items into a prison. The South Carolina Department of Corrections says Alkina Hackett was a correctional officer at Lee Correctional Institute.
The Attorney General's office says the defendants were distributors or wholesalers of certain illegal THC products sold openly in South Carolina stores.
Detectives say the case began in December with 45-year-old Aaron Irvin of the Center of Investigation. Now, Caleb Hall, Padera Hall, and Kevin Davis all face various charges. Deputies say after several tips and complaints, they searched a home on Sycamore Street in Gaffney Tuesday.
It started around 11 o'clock last night when authorities pulled a vehicle over for a traffic violation. That stop happened on Wadehampton Boulevard near St. Mark Road.
Also learning more about a large drug bust that happened in North Charleston last month. North Charleston Police Department obtained a warrant to search the residence of Brandon Brown.
All face varying sentences, anywhere from 3 to 30 years behind bars. The investigation has been taking place since the fall of 2021. It alleges that much of the drug trafficking was run and facilitated by the owners of the history.
This happened in Richland County, not far from the University of South Carolina campus in Columbia. Law enforcement reports that they seized 100.
Why are you behind bars?
I've been charged with several cases, drug cases.
What kind of drugs?
Well, I'm not. Well, is my attorney here?
No.
On November 7th, Homeland Security, Virginia Beach police officers, and a drug K-9 searched 54-year-old Alonzo Hardin's car on Bunny Road. Officials say a K-9 alerted police to 2 large duffel bags in the trunk of the car. Police found 156 pounds of meth valued at $350,000.
Down Tuesday, 3 a.m., inside this hotel near Dulles Town Center. Authorities say 37-year-old suspect Luis Garcia of Connecticut came out without a fuss. But police say the second suspect, 39-year-old Ronald de la Espada of New York, jumped from a third-floor balcony. They say an awning cushioned his fall.
A bullet hole in the passenger side of this car in Woodbridge. Prince William County police say the driver smashed into a parked vehicle trying to get away from narcotics officers conducting an undercover drug bust Thursday night.
An update on a story we brought you last fall. A former Burlington, Vermont school board member who was arrested for drug trafficking in Holyoke has had his case dropped. Rita Corey was accused of
A little before 9 a.m. Wednesday, police pulled over a vehicle on I-95 in Greensville County for a traffic violation. After an alert from a narcotics canine, police searched the vehicle and found 20 kilos of cocaine.
A search warrant says through surveillance, people come and go from Woodstock Street and only stay for a short time, which detectives say can be signs of narcotic distribution. Newly filed paperwork says police searched the home Friday around noon. We know investigators found at least 3 people inside.
Following developing news from Virginia Beach, police say a man faces more than a dozen charges after a drug bust.
At midday, there was a major drug smuggling bust in a rather unusual place. Investigators say they seized more than $300,000 in drugs that were being smuggled into the Greenville Correctional Center.
In a neighborhood known for quiet streets and well-kept homes, police say this residence, a Williamsburg Road in Virginia Beach near Town Center, was anything but that. Virginia Beach police arrested 10 people, and several suspects face various drug and gun charges.
Federal authorities say that they raided a motel in Prince William County on Thursday. Well, tonight, it's still closed. After prosecutors claimed 5 people, including staff, allowed for drug and trafficking.
Virginia State Police, working with 3A Task Force, executed a search warrant Thursday evening on Prospect Avenue. 23-year-old Jatavius Turner Jones was arrested for a narcotics violation.
Police source says authorities took at least 1 man into custody after they found drugs in the apartment building at 780 Garden Street in the Belmont section of the Bronx, which also houses multiple
30 federal prosecutors and the FBI say they've shut down what they're calling an open-air drug market at a NYCHA complex in Harlem. 12 people were taken into custody. Investigators say the group ran its operation for years.
You can see the gates of this smoke shop down. Investigators say what was happening inside there was a pretty wild setup. They say it's connected to an apartment above here by a secret chute used to move illegal products without anyone noticing.
Down a sophisticated drug trafficking operation across from a school.
Yeah, police say it was so large it had the potential of supplying drug networks throughout the entire Northeast.
Drug bust in a Bronx apartment. Police recovered more than 26 pounds of and $3 million.
CBS News New York exclusive. A rainbow variety of deadly pills and trap doors to keep the stash a secret. It was all part of a multi-million-dollar drug bust that went down inside a Manhattan residential building, and neighbors say they had no idea.
Down of a massive drug ring. It involved 3 interconnected groups responsible for sourcing and selling across 7 counties.
And we are charging 48 people for their roles in operating this ring.
Several men were arrested following a 1.5-year-long investigation resulting in numerous drug and gun seizures in Brooklyn, Queens, and Nassau County.
Connected to Washington Square Park.
Federal prosecutors have filed charges against 19 people, accusing them of running an open-air drug market.
To this, on Sunday, 2 men tried to buy cocaine from a Hartford police officer
at the police station.
Street. If you're looking over here, you can see this yellow house right here behind me. Police say that is where the drug factory was being operated out of, the first floor there. Now, if you look up and down the street, people breathing a sigh of relief after all of those drugs taken off the street. Take a look at them.
Arrested after leaving behind drugs in her Airbnb in Barrie. Police there say they were called to the rental by the Airbnb's owner on Saturday after they reported finding drugs while cleaning the room.
Under arrest following a crash-turned-drug bust in Hartford's West End. Police say they arrested 23-year-old Ashad Pugh of Waterbury and 34-year-old Aaron Taylor of Windsor on Saturday. The Department of Correction website shows that Pugh was an escapee from prison. And in 2015...
During October, detectives got word that 22-year-old Angel Luna of East Hartford was selling drugs. He was arrested, but police said he was back on the street and selling again yesterday.
Police SWAT teams raid a Hartford neighborhood this morning, arresting several people on drug charges.
They're working to bring down a drug gang. Police make a massive drug and weapons bust. 4 people under arrest. Police say among the haul, they found over 1 kilogram of cocaine, 1,300 bags of heroin, and 6 guns.
Bust on the shoreline, too. Norwich police and the FBI seized nearly 4.5 pounds of cocaine this morning, along with 2 handguns, marijuana, and some other drug-related stuff. Police arrested 21-year-old Javon Morse.
43-year-old Mauricio Castellano Rojas was arrested in Hartford last week. He's accused of entering the U.S. illegally.
In Connecticut are crediting some very cute canines with helping them make a significant drug bust. Here they are, posing for this picture on Twitter. Police say the narcotic detection dogs were brought in when officers became suspicious of a rental truck that they had pulled over on I-95 in Darien.
2 people from Newington now facing charges. They are there on your screen. They are Sonal Mamedovich and Claudia Avdiaj. Police believe both of them were selling drugs. And
it's this picture that's quickly going viral. 124 pounds of seized along I-95 and now in the hands of Maryland State Police.
It's rare that we get 100 pounds.
Just after 5 o'clock Saturday night, a state trooper spots a minivan speeding near White Marsh in Baltimore County.
State police say this is the van the 67-year-old was traveling in, and once troopers pulled him over, they immediately knew something was suspicious.
Down in Hartford, where police are waiting for lab reports to come back after 7 officers were exposed to a white powder. They came in contact with it during a raid at an apartment on Garden Street in the north end of the city yesterday afternoon.
A traffic stop in Norwalk turned into a drug arrest. The Norwalk PD said an officer tried to pull over 33-year-old Vladimir Ruales Espinoza last night near Sunset Hill Avenue because they said his motorcycle didn't have a registration plate.
From Connecticut in jail tonight after a drug bust in Brattleboro. Vermont State Police say 38-year-old Rondale Mapp and 30-year-old Raitisha Hernandez, both of Hartford, were arrested as a result of a months-long drug investigation.
In all, 11 men arrested on federal narcotics trafficking offenses.
I just seen cops over there, surrounding my car.
This woman, who did not want to be identified, says she saw the whole thing while driving to work.
New Haven police say they went into 3 smoke shops unannounced on Wednesday, finding all of these illegal products from the stores.
Confidently say this is the largest seizure of counterfeit pills.
United States Attorney Vanessa Roberts Avery standing alongside federal partners to announce arrests in Connecticut's largest fake pill drug bust.
One of the pill presses seized was capable of producing 100,000 pills per hour.
Get money steppas. The suspects are being charged with corrupt organization and racketeering activity. The investigation dates back to May of 2023 when Hartford's Major Crimes Unit and numerous other organizations began looking into a series of crimes.
It says 43-year-old Tremaine Knight of Hartford was taken into custody last Tuesday. According to court records, police working with a confidential informant bought drugs from Knight in Massachusetts.
A total of 15 people were arrested this month. An FBI investigation found 15 members of a narcotics trafficking organization traveled to New York and Puerto Rico to get the drugs. Investigators said they shipped them to various addresses across our state.
Facing charges this afternoon after a drug bust, big one in Hartford. Cops got several complaints about drug sales going on in the area of Franklin Avenue.
Drug bust from a home here in our area. More than 90 pounds of drugs seized from a New Hartford home. 35-year-old William Hubbard of New Hartford has been charged in the case, but are more people involved? We checked in with Utica Police again today. They say A drug investigation that began in Utica led police to this home on Alexandria Road in the town of New Hartford.
Authorities arrested 2 men from Connecticut during a traffic stop on Fairfield Street, though these men had been under investigation for several months.
100 reputed drug dealers are cooling their heels in jail tonight.
They were picked up in cities and towns across Connecticut, especially southeastern part of the state. Investigators say the suspects are involved in trafficking.
Tell you about a big drug bust that has nearly 24 people facing charges today. News 4's Pat Battle live in Wayne with the bust and why many involved are already back out on the streets.
Continue on with a major bust in Newark, a $1 million illegal drug delivery service operating out of a social club.
31 people arrested, more than a dozen still at large.
Yeah, that illegal social club was right across the street from where we're standing on the second floor. And cops said they got some tips from folks that live out here in this neighborhood, and that led to the end of this operation.
23 people busted during one of the largest drug stings in New Jersey state history. Here are the people police say they caught in a nationwide sting. One California man in this poster is still on the loose. Investigators say the group was taking popular legitimate candy and turning them into illegal THC edibles.
Deadly drugs and several gang members now off the streets of New Jersey.
The group and drugs targeted in an early morning takedown in Newark. More than a dozen people were arrested, several more face charges, and the manhunt continues for even more suspects.
Hackensack police have arrested 10 people for what they say was a, quote, open-air drug market run out of this house on Burden Place.
A major drug raid in Plainfield, New Jersey, targeting what the feds say were members of a significant Bloods gang crew. Heavily armed Homeland Security investigation agents, along with Plainfield police, were seen entering this house near Grant Avenue and West 3rd Street.
4 people are behind bars after police say they found more than $500,000 worth of in Mercer County following a months-long investigation.
19 alleged members of a Jersey City gang now face charges in a big drug trafficking conspiracy. Federal officials say the charges include conspiracy to distribute.
Ignore the criminal justice system. They ignore society. They don't care if your children die as long as they can wear their drip. You see $50,000 in drip, where you see, oh, that not so dangerous drug of cannabis. You see guns.
Put your hands up! Come to the front door now! Drop it! Drop it! Get your hand up now!
You are watching the moments Lee County deputies arrested more than 60 people accused of selling drugs.
Wednesday, in the early morning darkness, police SWAT teams found out across South Florida to round up alleged drug traffickers.
Occupants of 2641 Northwest 16th Fort. This is a Fort Lauderdale Police SWAT team. We have a search warrant. Come out with your hands up.
The case is nicknamed Operation Trackside. Authorities arrested 19 people.
Nice. A traffic stop for one Lee County deputy led to a 2-kilo bust. Right now, Jesse Freeman is in jail. Deputies found drugs, guns, and a lot of money.
These are the moments captured on deputy body-worn cameras of the takedowns of 17 people accused of trafficking throughout Central Florida. Called Operation Burn Baby Burn, officials say this investigation took a year of surveillance and undercover operations to build this case.
These are just some of the key players accused in a multi-county drug trafficking ring stretching from West Palm Beach to Fort Lauderdale.
While they were searching a storage unit, deputies say they found this entire cart full of cash, more than $1 million, and nope, that's not all.
Tonight, a drug raid in one Southwest Florida neighborhood leaves some living in the area shocked. 4 people were taken into custody, and detectives tell us they discovered a huge stash of drugs along with weapons and more than $20,000 in cash.
11 guns, $43,000 in cash, and hundreds of grams of heroin and other drugs, all seized in a series of 16 major narcotics busts today. It's all part of an operation that began in December.
We're learning new information about a major drug bust in Ocean Way where 60 people were arrested, and police are still looking for 11 more. Here's a look at just some of the mugshots. The bust, called Lockdown in O-Town, referring to Ocean Way.
This is a result of their Operation Unplugged. Arrests of over 100 people, majority of them drug dealers working throughout Palm Beach County.
The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office unplugs the plugs.
Here for 20 years, I've never seen one this big.
During a 3-month undercover drug buying operation, police arrested 20 of the 37 people on this board. The rest have warrants out for their arrest. Chief Mike Chitwood says these drug dealers are repeat offenders. Some even arrested up to 50 times.
Between West Palm Beach and Belle Glade, as well as other areas of the county.
RICO targets individuals engaged in criminal enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity requiring at least 2 qualifying offenses within a 10-year period.
The East Coast is home to some of America's busiest highways, largest ports, and most densely populated cities, making it a prime battleground in the fight against drug trafficking. From the streets of New York City and Newark to the neighborhoods of Miami, Charleston, Providence, Hartford, and Virginia Beach, law enforcement agencies are confronting sophisticated criminal networks moving various drugs and firearms across state lines. In this documentary, we'll examine some of the biggest drug busts from across the East Coast, where routine traffic stops turned into multi-million-dollar seizures, undercover operations dismantled organized trafficking rings, and federal investigations expose sprawling distribution networks stretching through multiple states. These aren't isolated incidents. They're connected chapters in the ongoing battle against organized drug trafficking along one of America's busiest corridors.
Operation City Crackdown was a year-long investigation in the city of Bartow that ended in the arrest of 32 people, 2 being key members of the drug trafficking network. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd says Nathaniel Donald was the kingpin of Bartow. In total, he and Isaiah Donald were responsible for selling millions of drugs around the city.
They ignore the criminal justice system. They ignore society. They don't care if your children die as long as they can wear their drip.
Thousands of grams of illegal drugs worth $150,000 were seized during the operation. Deputies say back in September, one of the drug suppliers high in the chain of command, Troy Walker of Bartow, sold marijuana and cocaine to a 65-year-old woman who later died. He was indicted by a grand jury for first-degree murder just this month. Sheriff Grady Judd, in true fashion, was not afraid to show off some of the bling they confiscated.
When people are walking around with $50,000 worth of jewelry around their neck, and they've sold millions of dollars worth of drugs in and around Bartow, they're a menace to society.
Polk County's Bartow takedown wasn't framed as a one-house bust. Deputies presented it as a year-long dismantling of a drug pipeline they say was operating out of Bartow and moving multiple drugs through a layered network. Investigators publicly identified Nathaniel Nate Donald, Brian B. Myrick, and Isaiah Bubba Donald as key figures, and pointed to repeat offender dynamics. The sheriff's office noted Myrick had been released from prison in 2021 after a cocaine trafficking case. The investigation linked the organization to a fatal drug case. Deputies said Troy Walker arranged a transaction involving Mary and Coca-Cola with 65-year-old Irene Anderson in September 2024. And that Anderson later died from acute Coca-Cola toxicity. PCSO said Walker was indicted by a grand jury for first-degree deletion in August 2025. The enforcement phase, PCSO said, included 8 search warrants in Polk County plus 1 in Orange County and ended with 32 arrests. PCSO reported seizing $7,016 in cash, 4 firearms, 22 pounds of Mary, 26.72 grams of Fentanyl, 1.5 pounds of powder, half of pound of meth, 48 pills, 1.7 pounds of MDMA, 1.5 pounds of Keta, and about $46,500 in jewelry assets.
While they were searching a storage unit, deputies say they found this entire cart full of cash, more than $1 million.
Right now, these 4 suspects are behind bars facing a laundry list of charges. They were arrested during a huge drug bust.
This is great to see this.
Deputies say this all began back in May when officials went after Charlie Harrison Jr., known on the streets as Wank. Officials say Wank funneled large amounts of throughout Central Florida. In July, law enforcement executed search warrants around the state, including 2 in Lake County. During the raids, deputies and agents discovered $1 million in cash and 1 exotic luxury car. Georgina Arminkas, known as Pookie, on the streets. Trini Thomas Jr. and Chris Valsici were also arrested.
Lake County deputies were already framing narcotics enforcement as a pipeline problem. Not just small-time possession arrests, but supply lines feeding Central Florida through repeat dealers, stash locations, and mid-level distributors. In earlier coverage, deputies described raids driven by community tips that led to arrests tied to meth, H, and Fentanyl, with the sheriff's office portraying those arrests as part of a broader promise to crack down on dealers operating inside the county.
These are all pictures of the drugs. Deputies say the drugs removed in the operation have an estimated street value of $1 million.
Outside door, put your hands up! Come to the front door now!
A months-long roundup
Get your hand up now!
left dozens of suspected drug dealers in handcuffs. The sheriff calls it Operation Candyman.
You have active narcotic charges.
Targeting street and mid-level dealers. When the doors came down,
All the weed.
deputies found drugs, money, and weapons. Investigators say the drugs were stashed everywhere in storage rooms. In the end, 68 people were arrested, 50 charged with drug trafficking.
Down.
Look at this. Some were in Halloween costumes when they were taken into custody.
Who else is in the house? Just you guys?
Lee County Sheriff's deputies framed Operation Candyman Crackdown as a months-long bill that ended with a fast-moving sweep. 68 arrests total, with 50 suspects facing trafficking charges, after investigators said they targeted street and mid-level dealers and then hit multiple locations with search warrants. The sheriff's office also said the operation netted 26 firearms, about $90,000 in cash, and a Lincoln Navigator connected to the case.
Wednesday, in the early morning darkness, police SWAT teams fanned out across South Florida to round up alleged drug traffickers.
Occupants of 2641 Northwest 16th Fort. This is a Fort Lauderdale Police SWAT team. We have a search warrant. Come out with your hands up.
The case is nicknamed Operation Trackside. Authorities arrested 19 people and seized over 5 kilos of narcotics, 6 handguns, 2 semi-automatic rifles, over $450,000 in cash, 11 vehicles, and a boat. Police say the people they've arrested are not just low-level drug dealers. One by one, the alleged drug traffickers who were arrested in Operation Trackside went before a judge.
Okay, you Antonio Robinson, sir? You are operative in this.
Operation Trackside started the way a lot of big cases do. Not with a headline raid, but with a tip. Boynton Beach police say the investigation began in July 2024 after they received a complaint, anonymous handwritten letter about drug activity. From there, detectives and federal partners built a 14-month case they say uncovered a trafficking organization moving Fentanyl and Coca-Cola across Palm Beach and Broward counties, pushing past street-level dealing into higher supply territory. By early September 2025, the operation hit its enforcement phase. Officials said detectives obtained 17 search warrants, and on September 3, multiple agencies simultaneously executed 15 of them. When it was over, police reported seizing 5,027 grams of narcotics, plus $452,026 in cash, 6 handguns, 2 semi-automatic rifles, 11 vehicles, and a boat. Authorities said 19 people were arrested at that time, and more arrests were expected.
These are just some of the key players accused in a multi-county drug trafficking ring stretching from West Palm Beach to Fort Lauderdale. At the center, according to deputies, is Robbie Augustin. He was allegedly caught on camera selling to an undercover officer 5 different times in CVS and Publix parking lots. Augustin is now locked up without bond. But wiretaps on Augustin's phone led investigators to a bigger player, Ari Joseph. Joseph had his first court appearance last week. His bond set at just over $1 million. He's accused of brokering a kilo with connections in Delray, Lake Worth, and Broward. And it was Oscar Sennett who allegedly helped fund that kilo.
A network allegedly moving various drugs across the county. The public details, which laid out an investigation built around undercover buys, surveillance, intercepted communications, and GPS-style tracking to map who was selling on the street and who was supplying from above. Investigators described Robbie Augustin, Al, as the main street-level Fentanyl dealer, alleging multiple undercover Fentanyl purchases, often in parking lot meetups. One deal cited in the reporting involved nearly 12 grams of Fentanyl that lab testing said was mixed with xylazine. Sold for $860. The same reporting says Augustine claimed he had a crew and access to larger supplies, and that he was being held without bond while facing multiple first-degree felony trafficking charges. Above that street layer, detectives described Ari Joseph as a bridge figure, an alleged mid to upper distributor using multiple phones to arrange larger deals and counterfeit pill sales, moving between Palm Beach and Broward, and sometimes using ride shares to mask travel. Investigators also alleged Billy Jacques various drugs, and that Jacques offered counterfeit pills for about $2 each while moving larger quantities of meth and Coca-Cola through the chain. The reporting further names Jensen Salomon as a local cocaine dealer allegedly selling ounces to Joseph.
Nice. Door's open. Because sheriff's there, search warrant on my side, come to the door!
With a search warrant in hand, detectives searched 2 homes in Lehigh Acres Freeman often visits. Investigators say they found gold jewelry, more than $130,000, and equipment often used to package drugs.
A routine-looking traffic stop in Fort Myers turned into a much larger trafficking case when Lee County Sheriff's Office narcotics detectives stopped a vehicle on Marion Street and, according to investigators, found more than 2 kilograms of Coca-Cola and a firearm inside. LCSO said the driver, Jesse Lee Freeman, was arrested as part of what they described as an ongoing narcotics investigation being worked by the Tactical Narcotics Team and the Narcotics Unit. From there, detectives said the stop opened the door to the other side of the county. Using investigative work and probable cause developed during the probe, LCSO obtained residential search warrants for 2 locations in Lehigh Acres Freeman was known to frequent. During those searches, detectives reported seizing over 2.7 kilograms of gold jewelry, more than $130,000 in cash, and drug packaging equipment consistent with distribution.
Our local DEA office alerted Florida Highway Patrol about a semi-truck suspected of transporting drugs from the Mexico-Texas border into South Florida. FHP found the truck, stopped it for inspection. Troopers then discovered a trap door with duffel bags.
A tip from the DEA's West Palm Beach office set the whole thing in motion. Florida officials said agents flagged a semi-truck they believed was hauling narcotics from the Mexico-Texas border towards South Florida, and the Florida Highway Patrol Criminal Interdiction Unit moved to intercept it while it was traveling southbound on Florida's Turnpike. The stop happened on October 5, 2025, and authorities say it wasn't the kind of load you spot with a quick glance. During the inspection, troopers allegedly discovered a hidden compartment trapdoor containing duffel bags packed with Coca-Cola, ultimately reported as 173 kilograms, with estimates reported around 14.7 million and 17.3 million.
Well, detectives busted this drug ring that had been operating since at least January of this year, arresting everyone on their list, including a man responsible for a car crash that catapulted a car into a home in a neighborhood in St. Pete yesterday. It was all part of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office's Operation Dirty Ink and included 24 arrests, and many of the people detectives arrested have extensive criminal histories.
These people who are constant recidivists are a big problem. The system is not working in that regard.
One of those people is Desmond Hargrove. Detectives hope to serve a search warrant at Hargrove's business off of Gandy Boulevard early yesterday morning, but he left unexpectedly. They tried to stop his car and Hargrove sped away, going about 100 miles per hour, Sheriff Gualtieri says, before crashing into a parked car, catapulting it into a 5-year-old's bedroom.
He, okay, not us, but Hargrove is the one that put people in harm's way. He's the one that caused that by fleeing from the cops, and we took great steps to avoid that.
Operation Dirty Ink played out like a slow burn investigation that suddenly went loud. Detectives say it began in January 2023 after they got information that Jacob Land was selling drugs out of a St. Petersburg tattoo shop, Star Status Inc., and his home. From there, investigators say they used undercover buys, electronic surveillance, and court-authorized wiretaps to identify suppliers, distributors, and crew roles, then moved, with arrests and searches across multiple locations. PCSO describes the network as a drug trafficking organization operating in Pinellas County and the Tampa Bay area, and they publicly claim the group had distributed roughly 400 kilograms of Coca-Cola, 50 kilograms of Fentanyl, and 20 pounds of meth during the period they were tracking it. On the enforcement day, they reported arresting 24 suspects and seizing 12 kilograms of Coca-Cola, 3 kilograms of Fentanyl, about $237,000 cash, and multiple firearms. As detectives prepared to arrest Desmond Hargrove, PCSO says he left unexpectedly. Deputies initiated a stop, and he allegedly fled, crashing into a home and sending a vehicle into a bedroom, reportedly a child's room, while the child wasn't home. PCSO said Hargrove was hospitalized and would be booked after release.
Over the last year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office has taken down drug operations throughout the area, with their heaviest activity happening in Lake Worth Beach. The Sheriff's Office highlighted the operation seized enough fentanyl, which could have resulted in the death of over 800,000 people. The operation also seized other drugs and uncovered illegal firearms transactions, contributing to violent crimes in the area. Over the last 5 years, Palm Beach County had over 5,000 overdoses and over 1,000 deaths from those overdoses.
Operation Unplugged was pitched as a pipeline case, not a single raid. Deputies said they built it over about a year to unplug dealers from their supply and customer networks, especially in Lake Worth Beach, which officials described as a major hotspot in their investigation. PBSO, FDLE, and the state attorney's office said the operation produced 101 arrests, with 25 more arrests pending. Investigators reported seizing 1,724.97 grams of Fentanyl and 35 firearms, plus other drugs including and counterfeit prescription medications. They also tied the broader enforcement effort to elevated violence, citing impacts that included deletions, drive-by shootings, firearms violations, trafficking in stolen property, and gang-related violence. PBSO said their narcotics task force identified the 9th Avenue and South G Street area, G Block, as a hub for Fentanyl distribution and worked undercover buys that led to multiple arrests.
This was a joint operation involving multiple agencies like the DEA, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, and the U.S. Marshals. West Palm Beach Police Chief Tony Araujo says detectives spent the past 24 months building a RICO case against what they describe as a long-standing drug enterprise between West Palm Beach and Belle Glade, as well as other areas of the county. Called Operation Old School, it led to 8 organizational leaders being charged with racketeering and more than 50 additional felonies. Alongside the 8 leaders, more than 25 street-level dealers were arrested as well, facing dozens of felonies.
Operation Old School was built like a slow burn dismantling, not a one-night raid. Investigators said the case started in June 2023 after a surge in Fentanyl overdose deaths, when detectives began mapping what they described as a long-running trafficking organization moving narcotics through West Palm Beach, Belle Glade, and the wider region. Police executed 13 simultaneous search warrants. Officials said the takedown produced 33 arrests total, 8 organizational leaders charged with racketeering conspiracy to commit racketeering plus 56 additional felonies, and 25 lower-level associates charged with 53 felony offenses tied to trafficking, sales, obstruction, and weapons violations. On the seizure side, police reported taking nearly $179,000 cash, 9 handguns, plus ammunition, and multiple vehicles, along with a wide 1,009 of drugs. Operation
11 guns, $43,000 in cash, and hundreds of grams of and other drugs, all seized in a series of 16 major narcotics busts today. It's all part of an operation that began in December. Kevin Ramboss says it's the biggest drug bust he's aware of in Collier County. Each of the 16 arrested are charged with one of those arrested was Kazimir Mutakowski. The raid on his house in Golden Gate Estates this morning brought a massive police response, including the bomb squad, when they found a suspicious device.
Operation Pyrite Express was presented as a pipeline case built over time, then hit all at once. Detectives said the investigation began in December 2014 and ran for nearly a year before the enforcement phase, when CCSO and partners moved in on multiple targets tied to several drug trafficking organizations operating across South Florida. Arrests were made in Collier, Lee, and Miami-Dade. Local reporting described the case as involving 3 organizations that investigators said were sharing drugs and business, a detail detectives framed as one reason the network was hard to dismantle. The original announcement was 16 arrests, but CCSO later updated that detectives arrested a 17th defendant and then an 18th, both charged with conspiracy to traffic heroin, with CCSO saying more arrests were expected. They said 19 defendants connected to the conspiracy had been located and sentenced, with combined penalties totaling 144 years in prison and $12.25 million in fines.
60 people had been arrested for selling drugs in Ocean Way. Too many faces to name them all. At least one face we've seen before, Louis Rickoff Jr., arrested for selling heroin back in January. Children were found living in feces and no power. The children were temporarily removed from the home. We went back to the house today and found someone was living there again, but we were not welcomed. According to police, meth was a major drug in this operation. On December 8th, we were there when 3 people were arrested after a meth lab was found in a trailer park. Now we know it was all connected. Some dealers selling drugs during the day in front of a convenience store, in a parking lot, or near a church. Police believe the 60 arrests will make Ocean Way safer.
Lockdown in O-Town was a targeted, street-level narcotics crackdown that Jacksonville Sheriff's Office announced after what officials described as months of undercover work in the Ocean Way area. JSO said the operation grew out of resident complaints and became a 4-month undercover investigation that started around October and ran into January. Deputies described undercover detectives essentially living the case, staying in hotels near Dunn Avenue, blending in long enough to make buys and identify repeat sellers. Investigators said they focused on 4 main zones: convenience stores along Main Street near Ocean Way, houses in Ocean Way, hotels near the airport, and the area around Dunn Avenue and Harts Road.
And a massive drug roundup in Volusia County. The sheriff's office arrested 12 people and took drugs and guns from a home in New Smyrna Beach. Officials say that home has been on their radar for a while.
Volusia County deputies described the New Smyrna Beach drug home bust as the end of a case that had been building since August 2022, when the East Volusia Narcotics Task Force and Crime Suppression Team said they started receiving repeated complaints about narcotics activity at 2127 Colonial Drive.
Tonight, these 4 suspects jailed after a big drug bust. Detectives say they raided a home in the 5300 block of Tremio Street in Naples early Friday morning. 35-year-old Christopher Valentine is facing drug and weapons charges. 26-year-old Savannah Santos, 53-year-old Sandra Babel, and 41-year-old Edwin Ramos were also arrested on various drug charges.
Collier County deputies described this 2019 case as a warrant-driven takedown in Naples that started with a targeted investigation and ended with a sweep at a home along the 5300 block of Trammell Street. According to the Collier County Sheriff's Office, detectives served a search warrant and said they recovered 3 guns along with a wide 1,009 of narcotics plus more than $21,000 in cash.
During a 3-month undercover drug buying operation, police arrested 20 of the 37 people on this board. The rest have warrants out for their arrest. Chief Mike Chitwood says these drug dealers are repeat offenders, some even arrested up to 50 times.
Operation No Nonsense was presented as a complaint-driven crackdown that built quietly for months before the warrants started dropping. Police said the operation started after citizens reported drug activity near churches, daycares, and residential streets, and detectives responded with undercover drive-up buys audio-video recorded targeting multiple neighborhoods across the city. By the time the department went public, officials said the 3-month investigation had generated charges against 37 suspects, with about 21 arrested at the announcement stage, and the rest still being sought on warrants.
Deputies say they teamed up with the DEA, ATF, and Palm Bay Police Department to confiscate 92,000 pounds of substance used to make a drone known as 7-OH, a drug that's 13 times stronger than morphine. Florida recently passed an emergency law banning it. Investigators say the suspect, 26-year-old Maxwell Horvath, also had materials to create large amounts of explosives, along with 3 dozen guns, including 2 submachine guns and thousands of rounds of ammo.
5 IEDs were located on this property.
In early December 2025, investigators in Palm Bay said they walked into what looked less like a small-time stash spot and more like an industrial operation. Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey announced the arrest of Maxwell Horvath after a search warrant at a business tied to him identified in reporting as overseas organics turned up an enormous haul, about 92,000 pounds of a substance. Detectives said the seizure wasn't just drugs. They also reported recovering dozens of firearms, large quantities of ammunition, and multiple explosive devices, which is why officials described the scene as a major public safety threat, not simply a narcotics case.
These are the moments captured on deputy body-worn cameras of the takedowns of 17 people accused of trafficking throughout Central Florida. Called Operation Burn Baby Burn, officials say this investigation took a year of surveillance and undercover operations to build this case. This is what was seized. Orange County Sheriff John Mina says the imported dangerous drugs came from California, Mexico, and Puerto Rico. The suspects are facing charges for conspiracy and trafficking.
Operation Burn Baby Burn was framed as a multi-county pipeline case. Investigators said the organization was importing fentanyl from Mexico and California and cocaine from Puerto Rico, then distributing across Orange, Polk, Osceola, and Hillsborough counties. On the seizure side, officials reported recovering 6 pounds of fentanyl and 4 pounds of Coca-Cola valued at over $1.5 million plus $50,000 in cash and firearms.
A years-long investigation by the Broward Sheriff's Office and others, resulting in 24 arrests Tuesday. Investigators say the Allwoods gang operated primarily out of the Deerfield Beach area.
Our community was crying out to us, so we began an investigation into this identified street-level gang that was terrorizing the neighborhood.
Investigators say they seized 40 kilos of cocaine, 20 kilos of heroin and fentanyl, dangerous weapons, and over $800,000 in cash. Broward County Sheriff Gregory Toney says there's been an uptick of gang-related street-level crime as a result.
Sergeant Stephen Handress with the Broward County Sheriff's Office Gang Investigations Unit. So today we've concluded a multi-year investigation into the Allwoods gang. This particular gang had been involved in the distribution of large quantities of very dangerous narcotics.
The Allwoods gang, described by law enforcement as a violent and prolific drug network, operated for decades across northern Broward County and into southern Palm Beach. In 2022, a 5-year investigation known as Operation Playing for Keeps led to the arrest of dozens of alleged members and the dismantling of the gang's leadership. The probe began in 2017, following a sharp increase in fentanyl overdoses and shootings in Pompano Beach and Deerfield Beach. Authorities served multiple search warrants and ultimately indicted nearly 24 individuals on state RICO charges, including drug trafficking, racketeering, and conspiracy to commit deletions. Luxury vehicles and jewelry seized pushed the total value of recovered assets to more than $1 million. Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody reported that members of the Allwoods gang had been linked to hundreds of criminal cases, including drive-by shootings, robberies, and a fatal fentanyl overdose. In total, law enforcement arrested over 70 individuals associated with the gang and filed more than 100 related charges, delivering a major blow to the group's drug distribution network. The indicted suspects are currently awaiting trial. In April 2025, the Broward Sheriff's Office announced the results of a sweeping, multi-agency investigation into the violent street gang known as Sex Money Murder. The 3-year probe, led by the Gang Investigations Task Force, focused on senior-level sex money murder operatives believed to be coordinating gang activity across Florida. Detectives launched the effort after learning that 2 high-ranking sex money murder leaders were hiding out in Broward County. Between March and April 2025, authorities executed a major warrant roundup that resulted in the arrest of 10 individuals on racketeering and related charges. 4 of those arrested were residents of Broward County, hailing from Pembroke Pines, Lauderhill, and Dania Beach. According to investigators, the gang was engaged in a range of serious crimes, including trafficking firearms and drugs, running financial fraud operations, orchestrating gang activity, and conspiring to commit. In one chilling discovery, authorities uncovered a deletion list naming intended targets. Law enforcement intervened before any of the plans could take place, potentially saving lives. All 10 suspects are now facing federal RICO indictments, although no convictions or plea agreements have been announced to date. This crackdown marks a major statewide effort, with working in coordination with other sheriff's offices and federal partners to take down sex money murder leadership and dismantle their criminal network.
Drugs, money, and guns. The lyrics of this rap video were more than just for show. They depicted a lifestyle. These music videos shared with us by the U.S. Attorney's Office that helped land these 4 men behind bars: Cortez Hogabook, Javante Harris, Christian Brown, and Tory McLaurin. The U.S. Attorney's Office, Middle District of Florida, says the 4 were all members of Bag Talk Entertainment, dubbed BTE. Investigators say the group peddled drugs out of homes around Pinellas County.
The government used what these defendants put on social media, what they put in the rap videos, against them to prove that these defendants were drug traffickers. I'm whipping that bowl, they give me a rush.
Investigators say the group rapped about making and selling drugs, even putting drug paraphernalia on display. Attorney Anthony Rickman isn't affiliated with this case, but he says the videos gave the feds a look into what was going on inside several so-called stash locations in St. Pete.
They were able to identify the locations of the drugs, where the drugs were housed when they went into those houses. They were able to identify the players, but also the locations.
Through the music videos and the help of confidential informants, in 2022, agents say Harris had makeshift business cards with a phone number tracing back to Hogabook. After the years-long investigation, Hogabook, known as Traffic, was the 4th BTE member to be sentenced. He pleaded guilty last year.
None of them actually went to trial because of the amount of evidence the government had, really the amount of evidence that they gave the government through their own rap videos.
A 4th man sentenced to prison after music videos lead to drug trafficking bust. Federal investigators say 4 St. Petersburg men have now received long prison sentences after a years-long drug trafficking investigation uncovered a coordinated operation running coke, fentanyl, and meth through multiple residential stash houses across Pinellas County. Prosecutors say the case broke open in an unusual way through the group's own music videos. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, the men were part of Bag Talk Entertainment, or BTE, a self-styled rap group that investigators say blended entertainment with real-world drug distribution. Instead of using fictional imagery or exaggerated lyrics, federal agents found that the firearms, cash, drug paraphernalia, and even the houses shown in the videos were the same locations used for trafficking. Prosecutors said the videos were not artistic expression, they were evidence. The final defendant to be sentenced was Cortez Hogabook, who received 25 years and 10 months in federal prison, one of the longest terms in the case. His co-defendants Tory McLaurin, Christian Brown, and Javante Harris had already received sentences ranging from 19 to 25 years. Investigators say BTE's downfall began when their music videos, posted publicly on social media platforms, displayed real drugs, real weapons, and the interiors of homes that later turned out to be active stash locations. Agents were able to match details from the videos, including kitchen layouts, wall colors, and exterior features to houses used during buys made by confidential informants. One attorney familiar with the case explained that federal prosecutors essentially built a roadmap to the drug operation using the defendant's own creative content. Port St. Lucie police said a SWAT-backed search warrant hit a home in the 2300 block of Southwest Kent Circle, targeting Jonathan Doo-Doo Walker, described by police as a convicted felon and gang member. Investigators said Walker tried to destroy evidence attempting to flush drugs and pour bleach on them, but police said it didn't work. Police reported seizing a large amount of suspected drugs, plus a handgun, ammunition, a hydraulic press, described as drug manufacturing equipment, and more than $5,000 in cash.
Crackdown happening in Miami Gardens, leading to the arrest of 17 suspected gang members, but authorities are still working to track down these 5 men and women. This is all in connection, we should tell you, with the local Zone 3 gang, which has been linked to a lot of drug trafficking in our area. In this bust, agents seized more than 40 firearms, 200 rounds of ammunition, a lot of cash, and other powerful
In Miami Gardens, a joint operation and the Miami Gardens Police Department led to the arrest of 17 suspected gang members connected to what investigators described as ongoing gang activity in the area, commonly referred to as Zone 3. According to the report in the video you linked, authorities say the arrests were the result of a coordinated investigation aimed at disrupting violent crime and removing high-risk suspects from the streets.
They moved in overnight. Miami-Dade police raiding an apartment complex, taking down one of the most dangerous gangs in South Florida. Called
Yellow Tape Gang. That says it all. When do you see a yellow tape up? Aside from today, right? Typically in a crime scene, when somebody's been shot, somebody's been harmed, when there's been a robbery.
Morning's operation culminated a 6-month investigation. Their target, a known hotspot for illegal activity. Manor apartment complex at 10875 Southwest 216th Street in Southwest Miami-Dade served as a hub for the gang to conduct their drug deals and other felonies. Police conducted this morning's raid armed with dozens of warrants. In all, 5 guns were seized and 25 subjects were arrested.
Early Wednesday morning, multiple South Florida law enforcement agencies teamed up in a coordinated raid targeting the Yellow Tape Street Gang, police said. Investigators described the group as a major problem in the area, and the operation ended with 25 arrests. Authorities said the suspects face a wide range of charges from drug and firearms offenses to serious violent crime counts, including deletion as part of what officials framed as a major disruption of the gang's activity. Police indicated the roundup was the result of a larger investigation and emphasized that the arrests were intended to reduce ongoing violence and drug trafficking tied to the group. Additional case details, including which suspects face which specific counts and whether the prosecution will proceed at the state or federal level, are expected to be clarified through court filings and upcoming hearings.
38 faces, 38 arrests, 38 men and women accused by Miami-Dade police of taking part in a series of drug crimes. It is 5 o'clock in the morning, and this is not the wake-up call Jaquan Thomas was expecting. A rifle pointed at his front door.
Police department, open the door.
7 News alongside the U.S. Marshals, and they're about to storm inside Thomas's North Miami Beach apartment.
Everybody knows their position.
Meanwhile, all at the same time, other teams of marshals with the help of ATF and the state attorney's office were busting other known drug dealers and gang members on the north side of Miami-Dade County. They call it Operation Smoke. The 38 suspects pictured here were brought here to the Miami-Dade Northside Station where they were booked.
In Operation Smoke, April 23, 2019, U.S. Marshals teamed up with Miami-Dade Police, Northside District, with help from ATF and the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office, to hit multiple locations across northwest Miami-Dade in a pre-dawn series of raids aimed at knocking down drug-driven gun violence. Authorities said the operation grew out of an effort to reduce shootings, but as detectives worked the case, they identified repeat narcotics sale locations and alleged links between those drug spots, gang activity, and recent violence in the area. By the end of the sweep, officials said they had arrested nearly 40 people, reported as 38 in the TV coverage, served 14 search warrants, and seized 19 firearms along with large amounts of drugs and cash. One arrest highlighted on camera involved Jaquan Thomas at a North Miami Beach apartment, where officials said investigators had previously found an assault rifle, ammunition, cash, and about 20 pounds of Mary during an earlier search tied to the broader investigation. During the arrest, a U.S. Marshals official claimed Thomas was in a bathroom, and they believed he may have been trying to destroy evidence as officers moved in. Officials said everyone taken into custody during the morning raids was transported to Northside Station for booking, and they framed the crackdown as a direct response to crews they said had been driving crime in the district for years, while emphasizing the cases would still move through court light. any other prosecution.
Detectives were able to arrest at least 20 subjects involved in this ring. This investigation also resulted in the disruption of a to hire case that detectives also learned through with this ongoing investigation.
Police told me there is very little information they can disclose about for hire, and they plan to make more arrests. They say the wave of arrests happened simultaneously in Little Havana, Flagami, and Coralway areas. The investigation started as far back as 2024. Police says they seized more than 22 kilograms of cocaine.
Federal prosecutors in Miami say a sweeping drug trafficking case just expanded with a superseding indictment charging 24 defendants in what they describe as a large, violent drug distribution network operating across Miami-Dade and South Florida. Investigators allege the group moved multi-kilogram loads of drugs, trafficked cash and firearms, and posed a serious public safety threat. Authorities say the investigation also uncovered a separate deletion for hire plot tied to Fort Myers, where court records allege 2 of the defendants discussed a paid deletion for up to $30,000, a plan that prosecutors say was interrupted when the FBI and partners moved in during a meeting in Naples. In the broader probe, officials report multiple seizures, including kilograms of cocaine, along with large amounts of cash and firearms recovered from different residences. The case is still in the court phase, but prosecutors say the charges carry major prison exposure, including possible life sentences for some defendants if convicted. Florida federal prosecutors said a grand jury returned 5 separate indictments that charged 29 people in a multi-agency operation targeting the Latin Kings in Miami-Dade and across South Florida. Authorities said 23 of those charged were alleged Latin Kings members or associates, and the cases included accusations ranging from racketeering, RICO, and drug distribution to robbery, fraud, kidnapping, and deletion, with prosecutors describing it as a leadership-focused takedown aimed at dismantling structure, money, and enforcement on the street. Investigators also highlighted several alleged high-ranking roles in the organization. Reporting identified Christopher Isabel, King Nano, as a top figure in Florida, and listed other alleged leadership positions such as Bobby Tejada, King Rico, as a regional officer, Luis Rivera, King Tato, tied to North Miami operations, and Juan Alvarez, King Juanmo, along with Lazaro Castellon, King Speedy or King Laz, tied to South Miami operations, plus additional leadership in Broward and Palm Beach that was also swept into the indictments.
Gangs are a cancer in a community, and we're going to cut these cancers out.
Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw and State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg announced the arrest of 9 people, including a 17-year-old who they say is a suspect in a in St. Lucie County. The arrests turned up guns, cash, and drugs and follow a reported year-long investigation of the Sama gang. Sheriff's Office says the gang, which was previously named the Haitian Boys, has operated in Palm Beach County from Lake Park to West Palm Beach since 2011 and is made up of adults and juveniles. The Sheriff's Office claims the gang is involved in more than 50 shootings and numerous criminal and violent acts throughout the county.
Authorities in Palm Beach County have allegedly arrested nearly 30 known gang members since October. In a dramatic sweep dubbed Operation No Face No Case, 9 alleged members of the Sama gang, operating across West Palm Beach, Riviera Beach, and Lake Park, were apprehended. As one official put it, gangs are a cancer in the community, and they're determined to cut these cancers out.
Police tonight say they've crippled one of West Palm Beach's largest organized crime rings, making 19 arrests following an investigation that took a year and a half to complete. Ari Height joins us live from the West Palm Beach Police Department. He has more on how investigators say they broke up the 4th Street gang. Ari?
And Todd, just to give you an idea of how prevalent the drug sales were in that neighborhood, the police chief here says he got a phone call from somebody this morning in that neighborhood, not to say that he was witnessing a drug deal, but to say he wasn't witnessing a drug deal. Now think about that for a second. Somebody called police to report that there wasn't a crime in their neighborhood. That right there in a nutshell, that was the idea behind Operation Goodfella. To 19 arrests of people who law enforcement say were part of what's known as the 4th Street Gang, selling drugs near the intersection of 4th Street and Tamarind Avenue.
This was so brazen
that you could see this with the naked eye from the courthouse. That's how close it was to us.
These individuals, they have been operating in this city long ago. I mean, I'm going to go back, say, 15 years.
Ehrenberg says a 16-year-old shot another teen in the face because the victim was disrespectful. The shooter is one of the 19 now in custody, part of what police call a, quote, work in progress. And
what they would do is they would recruit people who had clean records so that they could buy guns for them, and then they would sit in the alleyways in broad daylight to protect the drug trafficking business with their firearms.
In a dramatic crackdown that sounds straight out of a crime thriller, authorities have allegedly tied 19 individuals, including a teenager, to a sprawling racketeering investigation linked to a notorious West Palm Beach gang. On February 6, SWAT teams allegedly arrested 18 suspected members of the so-called 4th Street gang during coordinated raids, with one suspect still allegedly on the run. Dubbed Operation Goodfellas, the 18-month investigation allegedly targeted brazen, open-air drug deals and criminal activities along 4th Street and Tamarind Avenue. During a press conference, Mayor Keith James, Police Chief Frank Adderley, and State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg revealed that these suspects are allegedly charged with racketeering, drug sales, weapons violations, and even attempted first-degree deletion. Ehrenberg described the drug deals as so overt that they were allegedly visible from the courthouse window. "We're not fooling around," he warned. Among the arrests is a 16-year-old who is allegedly being tried as an adult after allegedly shooting a juvenile for challenging an elder gang member. Police have also seized about 30 firearms, along with vehicles and cash, in what they claim is an effort to eliminate the open drug trade in the city. 30 guns, including assault-style rifles, are now off the streets and will not be used to delete people, said Mayor James, while Chief Adderley warned that 19 people tied to an organized crime ring will allegedly no longer terrorize neighborhoods. The 4th Street gang is alleged to have been active since the late 1990s. Court records allege that the gang has violent rivalries with at least 3 other local criminal organizations, often dragging innocent civilians into the crossfire. Their criminal exploits are allegedly even flaunted on social media, with members posting videos, bulletins, and music clips under the banner of their own label, Entrepreneur Entertainment. According to a probable cause affidavit, the gang allegedly dissolved after its leader's death in 2015, only to be reformed following a series of deletions between 2015 and 2017. Their alleged operations are centered in an alley between 3rd and 4th Streets, adjacent to Tamarind and Douglas Avenues, where they allegedly conduct narcotic sales while openly displaying firearms to intimidate rivals. Assistant State Attorney Diva O'Brien noted that the suspects allegedly trafficked a range of drugs. Authorities claim that this operation has allegedly decimated the 4th Street gang, sending a clear message that such criminal enterprises will be met with the full force of the law.
This was a part of a long-term investigation into a gang and also into narcotics. And those men now in jail, if found guilty, they could be headed to prison. Ian Brightman, the leader of a gang organization. Sheriff T.K. Waters explained during a news conference today that the gang members terrorized their Jacksonville community since 2019.
K4T was responsible for repeated acts of violence in this community, including multiple homicides.
JSO's focus was on Brightman and the 6 primary members of his organization. Brightman was arrested in January after a targeted traffic stop. His driver jumped out of the van armed with a knife and was shot and killed. JSO. Brightman's 8-year-old son was with him in the van. He was turned.
Jacksonville Sheriff T.K. Waters, in collaboration with the State Attorney's Office, DEA, announced the successful outcome of Operation Bright Lights, a 2-month investigation that led to the arrest of the leader and 7 members of the K4T gang. The primary target of this operation was K4T leader Brian Brightman, whose gang has been implicated in multiple acts of violence throughout Jacksonville since 2019. The sheriff reported that K4T was involved in numerous incidents and engaged in narcotics trafficking to fund its activities, distributing significant quantities of drugs across the city. The goal of Operation Bright Lights was to dismantle the organization by removing its leadership, and Sheriff Waters believes that the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office succeeded in this objective. One of the firearms recovered was linked through ballistics evidence to a 2021 incident, highlighting the gang's connection to various crimes. During the investigation, the leader of K4T, Brian Brightman, was apprehended in a targeted traffic stop in Ocean Way. His driver, Eric Thornton, was fatally shot by a Jacksonville officer after brandishing a knife. Brightman's 8-year-old son was present in the vehicle at the time of the arrest. According to Sheriff Waters, the K4T gang had approximately 40 members and was distributing large quantities of drugs. The firearms recovered during the operation were linked to several crime scenes. One Glock pistol was connected to 4 separate incidents, while a rifle was associated with 2 crime scenes from the previous falls.
Well, they're calling this Operation Checkmate, as in game over, and the sheriff says it is game over for a number of alleged high-level drug traffickers operating in southern Hillsborough County. 6-figure cars, 6-figure chains, 6-figure cash. Investigators say this was all part of a day in the life of 2 high-ranking Latin King gang members recently busted.
Expensive cars, jewelry, and firearms were a part of everyday life for 2 high-ranking members of the Latin Kings who were recently arrested during a 3-month narcotics operation in Hillsborough County. According to Sheriff Chad Chronister, detectives and DEA agents seized over $800,000 worth of drugs, along with 15 firearms, cash, and stolen property after executing search warrants at 5 locations in Wamama last Thursday. The sheriff identified the 2 men leading the local operation as Omar Bravo, the state's top drug supplier, and Fidencio Robles, one of the top 5 Latin Kings members in Florida. The stash houses were reportedly used by at least 19 other dealers to distribute significant quantities of drugs, generating hundreds of thousands of dollars in monthly revenue. During a press conference on Monday, Sheriff Chronister was joined by State Attorney General Ashley Moody, who cited border security issues as a contributing factor to the gang's ability to operate in Florida. "We know the lack of security at the southern border has only fueled the growth of these gangs that have infiltrated our state," said Attorney General Ashley Moody. Investigators also discovered the Latin Kings' operational manual, detailing the gang's leadership structure and locations, which Sheriff Chronister said is one of only a few known copies in existence. The sheriff added that the seized firearms are being tested to determine if they are linked to other crimes in Hillsborough County.
So back on November 7th, officers with a drug-sniffing canine stopped 54-year-old Alonzo Hardin on Bonnie Road. When they searched his car, they found 156 pounds of meth. That's valued at $350,000. Hardin is now facing at least 6 charges, including possession with intent to distribute and multiple weapons violations. Police.
Why are you behind bars?
I've been charged with several cases, drug cases.
What kind of drugs?
Well, I'm not. Well, is my attorney here?
No.
Leaving a traffic stop. I booked a hotel room where I was in the parking lot where I was sitting, and they came up harassing me. There was no probable cause, and it was illegal search and seizure.
Were you selling drugs at all?
No, I was not selling drugs.
Had you ever sold drugs before?
I don't need to answer those questions now without my attorney.
Court documents also say Hardin worked and lived in St. Paul, Minnesota.
What brought you to the area? Because you're not from this area.
Why do everybody come here?
Why were you here?
It doesn't matter was I here. That's the same question they asked me. You sound like the police. I don't have to answer that question. I told them the same thing. I don't have to answer any of your questions.
All right, so you don't want to talk about anything from that day?
Not without my lawyer present.
All right.
In an earlier case tied to drug enforcement in Virginia Beach, Alonzo Hardin Jr. was charged in what police described as one of the city's largest meth trafficking cases. Hardin spoke publicly from jail, defending himself while addressing the numerous charges he faced, which included drug distribution counts tied to the local meth market.
A bullet hole in the passenger side of this car in Woodbridge. Prince William County police say the driver smashed into a parked vehicle trying to get away from narcotics officers conducting an undercover drug bust Thursday night. A shootout with police leaving 2 men accused of helping operate a fentanyl distribution operation in the hospital.
In Woodbridge, Virginia, an undercover drug operation led to a police shootout during a narcotics investigation. Officers responding to the situation confronted suspects during a drug distribution probe. The incident highlighted ongoing concerns about violent outcomes linked to undercover narcotics enforcement work.
An update on a story we brought you last fall. A former Burlington, Vermont school board member who was arrested for drug trafficking in Holyoke has had his case dropped. Rita Corey was accused of trafficking after being arrested by Mass State Police on I-91 in Holyoke last September. Western Mass News was in Holyoke District Court last October and obtained documents which showed police searched his car, finding cash and 86 grams of suspected and a safe in his trunk. Today, his court docket says the case with a single drug possession charge is closed, with the last update being a motion to suppress.
In Blacksburg, Virginia, police joined by Virginia State Police, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, and Christiansburg officers executed a search warrant as part of a significant narcotics trafficking investigation. Officers seized a wide variety of illegal substances with a combined street value of about $237,000. Including 4+ pounds of ibogaine, psilocybin mushrooms, LSD hits, Mary THC products, Keta, MDMA, and more. A Virginia Tech student was arrested on multiple charges including manufacturing, selling, or distributing controlled substances and possession with intent to distribute.
A search warrant says through surveillance, people come and go from Woodstock Street and only stay for a short time, which detectives say can be signs of narcotic distribution. Newly filed paperwork says police searched the home Friday around noon. We know investigators found at least 3 people inside: Michael Fierce, Tangela Bunch, and Keith Burks, according to arrest warrants. Documents say Fierce told detectives he owns the home. Court documents say investigators also found a gun, ammunition, packaging material, digital scales, and nearly $4,000. Records say the items found are consistent with drug distribution, not personal use. Police charged Fierce, Burks, Bunch, as well as Richard Banks and William Purvis with multiple drug charges.
In Portsmouth, Virginia, police conducted their second raid in 1 week, arresting 5 people in connection with a narcotics investigation on Woodstock Street. Officers reportedly found Coca-Cola, Fenty, and Mary at the scene. The raids were part of an aggressive effort to disrupt local drug networks and reduce crime in the area.
$60,000 in cash and more are now off the streets thanks to the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office. Street value in excess of $250,000. Bust a few months in the making went down Tuesday, 3 a.m. inside this hotel near Dulles Town Center. Authorities say 37-year-old suspect Luis Garcia of Connecticut came out without a fuss. But police say the second suspect, 39-year-old Ronald de la Espada of New York, jumped from a third-floor balcony. They say an awning cushioned his fall. He then fled into nearby woods, only to be caught a short time later by a canine unit.
In Sterling, Loudoun County, sheriff's deputies announced one of their largest drug seizures at the time after finding more than $250,000 worth of illegal narcotics in a hotel room. The Loudoun County Sheriff's Office described the case as one of its most significant trafficking investigations, involving a large volume of suspected controlled substances.
A sign on the main entrance makes it clear the motel is closed until further notice. There are other reminders of Thursday's raid by the FBI and Prince William County Police. The U.S. Justice Department says undercover operations took place at the motel from May 28th of last year through December 17th. It allegedly revealed prostitution and the sale of. Authorities say the motel's operators, Tarun and Kosha Sharma, who were married, are among the 5 people arrested. The couple is said to have taken a cut of the profits from those illegal activities that reportedly took place on the 3rd floor.
In Dumfries, Virginia, Prince William County, the FBI and local police raided the red carpet after an undercover investigation uncovered both prostitute and drug sales at the motel. Multiple motel owners and associates were arrested on charges tied to the alleged criminal activity, reflecting broader efforts to disrupt narcotics distribution and associated offenses in the region.
Virginia Beach, a teen is facing charges in what police are calling a major drug bust. Take a look at this. Police Chief Paul Newdigate released these pictures of the contraband. He says officers caught a 17-year-old with mushroom gummies, THC, and synthetic marijuana. We're told officers also seized a car.
Virginia Beach, Virginia. Police charged a 17-year-old after officers say they found the teen in possession of mushroom gummies, THC products, and synthetic Mary during a drug bust. Police Chief Paul Newdigate released images of the contraband and said a vehicle was also seized in connection with the investigation, which authorities described as a significant narcotics enforcement action in the community.
The search began in Culpeper County, but led detectives to 25-year-old Kajon Stinney in Albemarle. He reportedly ran from deputies when they came to arrest him, but was quickly taken in.
A month-long investigation by the Blue Ridge Narcotics and Gang Task Force in Albemarle County near Charlottesville led to a major drug bust, with authorities seizing several pounds of fentanyl and arresting a man on multiple drug and firearm charges.
Thanks at 6:48, a Stafford County man is in jail accused of drug trafficking. Police say a victim reported a misaddressed package back on October 2nd. Detectives looked further into it and determined it to be 15,000 pills. They later tracked down the alleged distributor, 26-year-old Dwayne Jones Jr. While inside his home Tuesday, police discovered 20,000 more than $47,000 in cash and a loaded firearm near a sleeping child.
In Stafford County, police arrested a man after a package filled with an estimated 35,000 Fentanyl pills was accidentally delivered to the wrong address. The pills were believed to be intended for distribution in the area, illustrating how drug shipments can be intercepted off their intended path.
Virginia State Police uncovered around $2 million worth of after a traffic stop. A little before 9 a.m. Wednesday, police pulled over a vehicle on I-95 in Greensville County for a traffic violation. After an alert from a narcotics canine, police searched the vehicle and found 20 kilos of cocaine.
In Greensville County, Virginia, 2 Florida men were arrested after law enforcement pulled over a vehicle and found about 20 kilograms of Coca-Cola with an estimated street value of $2 million. The seizure was part of wider efforts to crack down on bulk narcotics trafficking through Southern Virginia corridors that link the state with other distribution markets.
In a neighborhood known for quiet streets and well-kept homes, police say this residence, a Williamsburg Road in Virginia Beach near Town Center, was anything but that. Virginia Beach police arrested 10 people, and several suspects face various drug and gun charges. Officials have not told us how long the investigation lasted or what was found during the search of the house. Neighbors who live close by told 13 News Now off camera they're not surprised. They say they've worried about possible illegal activity around that house, and that it scared them and their families, changing the way they viewed their neighborhood. One neighbor called it a nuisance in an otherwise peaceful area.
Police in Virginia Beach executed a search warrant at a condemned home on Williamsburg Road, resulting in 10 arrests after officers found drugs, firearms, and ammunition at the location. Authorities described the residence as a long, troublesome site that had generated dozens of calls for service, with evidence including a stolen sawed-off shotgun, rifles, ammunition, drug paraphernalia, and a large amount of Mary. Several of those arrested face narcotics, firearm, and trespassing charges. In Dumfries,
investigators say they served a search warrant at a home on Clubhouse Road on Friday. Officers say they seized guns, cash, and a car. 20-year-old Joshua Jacobson was arrested and faces 16 drug and gun-related felony charges.
A Virginia Beach resident was arrested in connection with a local drug bust and charged with 16 felony counts, including narcotics offenses. This case stemmed from an investigation into distribution activity in the area, underscoring recurring police efforts to target mid-level trafficking in the city.
Also new at midday, there was a major drug smuggling bust in a rather unusual place. Investigators say they seized more than $300,000 in drugs that were being smuggled into the Greenville Correctional Center. That's in Jarrett, Virginia. So 3 people were arrested, including a correctional officer.
In Jarrett, Virginia, the Virginia Department of Corrections uncovered a drug smuggling operation at Greensville Correctional Center, leading to the arrest of 3 people and the seizure of over $300,000 worth of contraband, including meth, fentanyl, buprenorphine, naloxone, Mary, and tobacco. The investigation involved a former correctional officer allegedly smuggling drugs into the facility and authorities executing a traffic stop that led to further seizures and arrests.
In August of 2017, Norfolk police took an all-out 8-month drug bust blitz, Operation Sand Dragon, aimed at cleaning the streets by getting drugs off of them. Norfolk police in total arrested more than 40 people between the ages of 20 and 50 on drug charges, and with them came drugs. Norfolk police spokesman Will Pickering says Operation Sand Dragon combines state and federal investigations with Norfolk's own, and it also leaned on neighborhoods. Pickering says it isn't just about the arrests. The people brought in by Norfolk police have a trickle-down effect.
Reports indicate a significant narcotics probe in Norfolk, Virginia, resulted in 19 arrests with 2 suspects still wanted by police. While older local news outlets show large gang-related drug busts historically in the city, this more recent enforcement reflects continued effort by Norfolk police to target mid to high-level distribution networks operating within the Hampton Roads
7
region.
people are behind bars after a drug operation in Carroll County. The Carroll County Sheriff's Office called it Operation Holiday Hustle and worked with Virginia State Police to make the arrests.
In Carroll County, Virginia, law enforcement executed overlapping drug investigations that led to 10 people being arrested. Details from local courts and sheriff's office releases indicate the operation targeted suspected distribution and possession networks, reflecting rural and regional enforcement alongside urban efforts.
They found what they're calling a significant quantity of methamphetamine and cocaine, as well as a stolen vehicle. The Matthews County Sheriff's Office says Juan Aguirre and Peyton Pittman were charged. They're being held this afternoon at the middle.
In Matthews County, Virginia, police arrested 2 men after a drug investigation led officers to a suspected trafficking location. Authorities say the case stemmed from targeted narcotics enforcement aimed at disrupting local distribution channels on the eastern shore region of the state.
2 men are behind bars after a traffic stop in Richmond. That happened Saturday night on I-295 when a Saginaw County deputy pulled over a car for a defective headlight. The driver did not have a license, and the passenger who owned the car had allowed him to drive.
In Richmond, Virginia, a routine traffic stop on I-295 ended with 2 men arrested on drug charges after officers reportedly found illegal substances in the vehicle during the late-night stop. The Richmond Police Department said they seized narcotics and took both men into custody as the case is processed through the courts.
Charlottesville home recovered 6,000 pills and 1 firearm. Virginia State Police, working with 3A Task Force, executed a search warrant Thursday evening on Prospect Avenue. 23-year-old Jatavius Turner Jones was arrested for narcotics violations.
Police and the Virginia State Police 3A Task Force executed a search warrant in the Fifeville neighborhood of Charlottesville and seized more than 6,000 Fentanyl pills along with a firearm. A 23-year-old man, identified as Jatavius Turner Jones, was arrested and charged with attempted possession with intent to distribute narcotics, meaning officials say he was alleged to be preparing the drugs for sale.
According to a release, David Berry, Pamela Sneed, Anthony Harless, Bridget Matney, and Brandon Wyatt were taken into custody on multiple charges during the course of the investigation. 4 of those individuals are in custody. The sheriff's office is still looking for Brandon Wyatt.
In Washington County, Virginia, law enforcement arrested 4 suspects and issued a warrant for a 5th person during an ongoing drug trafficking investigation. Local sheriff's offices and state police reported the operation targeted suspected organized distribution, though full details of the quantities seized were not immediately released. Orion Marquise Namo, also known as Herkio Streets, was sentenced to 15 years in federal prison for running a drug operation out of a home near East Little Creek Road and Tidewater Drive in Norfolk, Virginia. The sentence was imposed on May 9, 2023 by U.S. District Judge Elizabeth W. Haynes, with 5 years of supervised release to follow. Federal prosecutors said Namo was convicted of possession with intent to distribute meth and possessing a firearm in furtherance of drug trafficking, tied to a conspiracy they said ran from May 2021 through April 2022. The case centered on a search warrant served on April 29, 2022 at his Orchid Avenue residence, where prosecutors said Namo tried to flee, but was caught after a short-foot chase. Inside the home, investigators reported finding drugs, about $60,000 in cash, scales and packaging materials, 2 firearms with ammunition, and sheets listing unpaid drug debts. Prosecutors also said Namo had security cameras in the house and that phone and social media evidence showed trafficking activity and ties to other gang members. They described him as a high-ranking member of the G Shine Bloods, a subset of a United Blood Nation.
An alleged violent gang member was arrested during a drug bust on Thursday. Law enforcement executed 2 search warrants in the 3800 block of Panorama Avenue Northwest and the 3200 block of Hirschberger Road. Now, they were able to seize approximately 626 grams of heroin and fentanyl, 75 grams of cocaine, 8 firearms, and an undisclosed amount of money. Police say this man here, 32-year-old Anthony Reese of Roanoke, was arrested and charged with possession with the intent to distribute cocaine.
Before sunrise on September 12th, Virginia State Police and local partners say they hit 2 locations in Roanoke with search warrants, one in the 3800 block of Panorama Avenue Northwest and another in the 3200 block of Hirschberger Road Northwest. What officers reported finding was the kind of haul prosecutors usually point to when they argue a case isn't simple possession. About 626 grams of H and font, 75 grams of coke, 8 firearms, cash, and other evidence gathered during the searches. Police said the arrest tied to the operation was Anthony Brahan Reese, who they described as an alleged violent gang member. According to the announcement, Reese was charged with possession with intent to distribute, possession of firearms by a convicted felon.
Virginia State Police say 2 gang members have been arrested in connection to a narcotics bust in the city of Roanoke. 25-year-old Demarius Jaquan Warwick and 20-year-old Zalik Kayshawn Wright Johnson were arrested and face multiple drug and firearms charges. The Star City Task Force, Roanoke Police, and the United States Postal Service all took part in that operation. They identified the gang members who they say were in possession of narcotics.
In Roanoke, investigators say a targeted narcotics operation turned into a rolling, armed stop that ended with 2 alleged gang members in custody and a major seizure in the trunk and cabin. Police say the Star City Drug and Violent Crime Task Force moved in after developing information that the men were carrying distribution-level drugs. When officers tried to stop the suspect vehicle, the driver refused, leading to a short chase before the vehicle was finally stopped in the 3500 block of Valley View Avenue. What authorities say they found is the backbone of the case. Investigators reported seizing about 934 grams of meth, 49 grams of H-Fendi, 7 Fendi pills, 4 firearms, and cash from inside the vehicle. Police identified the 2 defendants as Demarius Jaquan Warwick and Zelig Kayshawn Wright Johnson, both of Roanoke. Public reporting says both were taken to the Roanoke Adult Detention Center and held without bond at the time.
5 members of the Mad Stone Bloods gang have been sentenced in Roanoke for their involvement in a criminal conspiracy that included smuggling drugs and contraband into Virginia prisons and facilitating drug sales outside of these facilities with the help of complicit correctional officers. Acting Assistant Attorney General Cronin highlighted the broader impact of these activities, noting that gangs operating within prison systems not only contribute to the flow of drugs and violence into these institutions, but also spread drug-related violence into surrounding communities. Court cases in which Nicholas and Epps pleaded guilty, along with evidence presented at the trials of 3 other gang members, revealed that the MSB gang operates in several states, including Virginia, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, and Maryland. Members of the gang admitted to engaging in activities such as narcotics trafficking, wire fraud, mail fraud, and acts involving deletions both inside and outside of prison. The national leadership of the gang is based in New York, and MSB leaders in Virginia are reported to follow orders from these New York-based leaders. In addition, the gang worked with employees of the Virginia Department of Corrections, including correctional officers and an inmate counselor, to smuggle controlled substances, phones, accessories, and other contraband into several prison facilities to assist incarcerated MSB members.
Over a dozen gang members have been arrested after a week-long gang enforcement operation by the U.S. Marshals called Operation Washout. The U.S. Marshals teamed up with local, state, and federal law enforcement for the bust. Illegal drugs, guns, and other evidence were seized during the operation. Authorities say 12 wanted gang members members from 7 gangs along with 8 other fugitives were arrested.
Richmond police and federal authorities say a week-long sweep called Operation Washout was designed to go straight at some of the city's most violent and active gang members. Over the span of several days in late May, Richmond police and other agencies tracked down people they described as the worst of the worst suspects already wanted on serious charges and known to be tied to local and national gangs. By the end of the operation, officers had arrested 12 documented gang members and 8 additional fugitives, all wanted on charges that included deletion, rape, robbery, firearms offenses, abduction, drug distribution, and probation violations. During the raids and warrant arrests, investigators also seized 6 firearms, including an AK-47 style pistol roughly an ounce of each, and about $41,000 in cash, which authorities believe was tied to drug trafficking. According to Richmond police, the people taken into custody were linked to a range of gangs operating in and around the city, including sets affiliated with the Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, Black Guerrilla Family, Highland Park, Washington Park, and the 13th Street Gang. 2 arrests from Operation Washout stood out even among a long list of violent offenses. One was Joshua Hill, who faced a felony animal cruelty charge after being accused of tying a dog to a fence and setting it on fire, an incident that had already sparked outrage in Richmond before Washout brought him into custody. Another was Jamani Brothers, arrested on a double deletion warrant along with charges of kidnapping and using a firearm in the commission of a felony. In Roanoke, Virginia, prosecutors charged 3 individuals following an investigation that resulted in millions of dollars worth of drugs and 20 firearms seized. The case was described by law enforcement as a major narcotics and weapons trafficking bust that targeted a local distribution network. In Richmond, Virginia, a man was sentenced to 4 years in federal prison after authorities found over 20 kilograms of Coca-Cola in his vehicle during a traffic enforcement stop in Henrico County in 2024. Prosecutors said the investigation was part of a broader organized crime drug enforcement task force's effort targeting large-scale trafficking. In Caroline County, Virginia, sheriff's narcotics investigators arrested 4 people after a 4-month undercover probe uncovered a batch of a dangerous opioid mixture known as Gray Death, a powdery blend of H and synthetic opioids linked to thousands of fatal overdoses across the U.S. Authorities executed a search warrant at a Northern Virginia home and seized more than $10,000 worth of the drug, along with about $2,000 in cash, digital scales, and packaging materials. 2 of those arrested were also charged with felony child neglect in addition to drug distribution.
An inmate in a state prison was selling from behind prison walls. She says Benjamin Newman did all of this with a contraband cell phone that was smuggled in. Officials say Newman has been in the state prison system since 2012, serving a 25-year sentence for drug trafficking. In 2018, authorities say he started leading another trafficking operation from behind the walls. After pleading guilty, he's now had 26 more years added to his prison sentence. State Corrections boss Brian Sterling says they are spending millions of dollars to end operations like Newman's by stopping contraband from getting in.
An incarcerated individual in a South Carolina correctional facility was discovered operating a drug trafficking ring from inside the prison, using the facility's communication systems and a network of outside contacts. The inmate kept an active drug operation running despite being locked up. Authorities filed additional charges on top of the existing sentence, extending time behind bars significantly.
And LaMonica Dixon are facing a long list of drug and weapons charges. Investigators raided their home on Friday, and they say their investigation is far from over.
Giving us these, you can see a hidden floor safe that they found. Now, this bust happened Friday off Berry Hill Road in the Edgemoor community. Deputies entering the home of Traveris and Monica Dixon, who you can see on your screen there. They were both arrested and are facing multiple charges.
Let that number sink in. 800,000 people. That's how many fatal overdoses the fentanyl seized in this South Carolina bust could have produced if it hit the streets. The DEA and federal law enforcement announced one of the most staggering drug seizures in recent memory, not just in South Carolina, but nationally. The trafficking organization behind this shipment was targeting communities across South Carolina. Had this Fenty reached the street, we'd be talking about mass casualties. The public health meth is brutal and unambiguous. What this seizure tells us is that South Carolina isn't just a destination market anymore. It's become a significant distribution hub with large-scale product moving through the state. The agencies involved likely used intelligence from prior investigations to locate and intercept this supply before it could cause irreversible damage. One of the most important seizures in state history, by any measure.
South Carolina Correction Facility employee is facing multiple charges after she was caught trying to smuggle items into a prison. The South Carolina Department of Corrections says Alkina Hackett was a correctional officer at Lee Correctional Institute. May 3rd, they say Hackett was caught trying to hide a metal grill mouthpiece in her hair. A further search of her car turned up a rock-like substance weighing 129 grams. It field tested positive for fentanyl. Hackett was charged with trafficking, providing prisoners with contraband, and criminal conspiracy. She was fired after her arrest. Correction Facility employee is facing multiple charges after she was caught trying to smuggle items into a prison. The South Carolina Department of Corrections says Alkina Hackett was a correctional officer at Lee Correctional Institute. May 3rd, they say Hackett was caught trying to hide a metal grill mouthpiece in her hair. A further search of her car turned up a rock-like substance weighing 129 grams. It field tested positive for fentanyl. Hackett was charged with trafficking fentanyl, providing prisoners with contraband, and criminal conspiracy. She was fired after her arrest.
Doing their job honestly.
The South Carolina Correction Facility employee is facing multiple charges after she was caught trying to smuggle items into a prison. The South Carolina Department of Corrections says Alkina Hackett was a correctional officer at Lee Correctional Institute. May 3rd, they say Hackett was caught trying to hide a metal grill mouthpiece in her hair. A further search of her.
When authorities pulled a vehicle over for a traffic violation, that stop happened on Wadehampton Boulevard near St. Mark Road. According to deputies, while they were searching the car, a gun was discovered and an altercation with someone in the car happened while deputies were trying to secure the weapon. Deputies said the shot was fired during that altercation, injuring a 16-year-old suspect. Due to his age, his name is not being released, but Greenville County Sheriff's Office says the teen is facing weapons charges and trafficking. Deputies said 20-year-old Joselito Leopard Rivera, who was also in the car, is facing drug charges and weapons charges. The Sheriff's Office says no deputies fired their weapons and no deputies were injured.
South Carolina deputies conducted a traffic stop that rapidly escalated into one of the most dangerous situations in drug enforcement. An active shooting. The vehicle contained Fenty, meth, and a multi-drug load indicating the occupants weren't casual users. A shooting occurred during the stop, putting deputies in immediate danger and instantly raising the stakes from a drug arrest to a life or death confrontation. Trafficking and violence have always been linked. When product and money are on the line, encounters turn dangerous without warning. The suspects faced drug trafficking charges alongside weapons-related charges tied to the shooting incident. This case is a stark reminder of what officers walk into on every traffic stop when drug trafficking is involved. There's no such thing as a routine stop.
Says a state grand jury issued indictments in a drug trafficking operation known as Gangjapreneur. That grand jury brought 40 narcotics charges against 12 people with a primary focus on Richland and Lexington counties. The Attorney General's office says the defendants were distributors or wholesalers of certain illegal THC products sold openly in South Carolina stores. You can see two examples in these pictures here. The AG's office says oftentimes the packaging of these products is appealing to children or teens. These photos show just some of the boxes with evidence inside. More than 30,000 pounds of products were seized.
A South Carolina drug trafficking investigation turned its focus to THC products being sold openly in storefronts, revealing a gray market operation exploiting regulatory loopholes. Suspects sold illegal cannabis products under the cover of legal hemp retail. Law enforcement moved in, and drug trafficking charges followed once investigators confirmed what was actually being distributed.
Also learning more about a large drug bust that happened in North Charleston last month. North Charleston Police Department obtained a warrant to search the residence of Brandon Brown. Brown and Zaquan Way were charged with multiple charges relating to various illegal substances, including fentanyl, that were found on the property.
2 individuals were arrested following a South Carolina drug operation that law enforcement described as massive. Details on specific quantities were limited in initial reporting, but authorities confirmed significant drug seizures and confirmed both suspects were hit with serious trafficking charges as the investigation progressed.
Caleb Hall, Padera Hall, and Kevin Davis all face various charges. Deputies say after several tips and complaints, they searched a home on Sycamore Street in Gaffney Tuesday. They say they found about 1,100 pills, 43 grams of meth, and 106 grams of marijuana.
When sheriff's deputies searched the South Carolina residence, they found more than 1,000 Fentanyl pills. 1 woman and 2 men were taken into custody and charged with drug trafficking and possession with intent to distribute. 1,000 pills is not a personal supply. At the quantities typically distributed on the street, 2 to 5 pills at a time, this stash represents hundreds of individual transactions. The residential nature of the operation makes it especially dangerous. Deals happening in a home mean buyers coming and going at all hours, cash and product in a neighborhood, and the constant risk of violence around the supply.
Hands up! Hands up! If you're involved in illegal activity in Charleston County, I can assure you there's no place to hide.
A nearly 8-month-long operation coming to a head Sunday at the Alamo nightclub. Sheriff Carl Ritchie says what started as a history of noise complaints soon became much bigger. Around 3 a.m. Sunday, nearly 200 local, state, and federal officials served 116 arrest warrants to a total of 80 people. Homeland Security says more than 66 people arrested are in the U.S. illegally, one resident as young as 13. Officials say 10 underage people were removed from the establishment. A missing juvenile was found during the club raid, and possible trafficking victims are now receiving support from the appropriate agencies.
80 people, 1 location, 1 coordinated enforcement operation. Law enforcement executed 80 arrest warrants at a South Carolina venue that investigators had identified as a cartel afterparty, a gathering directly tied to cartel-connected drug trafficking networks operating in the state. This wasn't a spontaneous raid. This was months of intelligence gathering, surveillance, and cross-agency coordination coming together at a single decisive moment. Officers moved in and systematically arrested 80 individuals facing charges including drug trafficking, conspiracy, and various felonies tied to their involvement in the organization. The term cartel afterparty suggests this venue served as a social hub for trafficking network members, a place where cartel-connected players gathered to celebrate operations, conduct transactions, or coordinate future activity. Law enforcement had enough intelligence to know who would be there and exactly when to move. Drugs, cash, and weapons were all seized during the operation. When 80 people get hit simultaneously at one location, the message is clear. Surveillance was deep, the case was airtight, and the network had been thoroughly penetrated long before the warrants ever dropped.
Law enforcement reports that they seized 156 pounds. Federal prosecutors say multiple agencies stopped a tractor-trailer and another vehicle earlier this month in Lexington and Richland counties. Investigators believe the drugs came from Mexico and entered the United States through the southern border and into California. The DEA tells us some of those drugs were supposed to end up in other states, but a good portion was destined for South Carolina.
Federal law enforcement in South Carolina just handed down one for the history books. 2 brothers were indicted by the Department of Justice following the largest Fentanyl seizure in state history. Not just the biggest this year, the biggest ever recorded in South Carolina. The DOJ made clear that this wasn't some street-level operation. These brothers were running a major trafficking organization, moving Fentanyl at a scale that obliterated every previous record. Federal investigators spent months building the case before executing the indictments. The coordination involved multiple agencies, and resulted in charges including drug trafficking, conspiracy, and money laundering. Prosecutors didn't pull any punches. The charges reflect the full weight of the criminal enterprise these two were running. This case marks a turning point in South Carolina's fentanyl enforcement history. These aren't low-level dealers. These are the people feeding the pipeline. And for the first time, South Carolina's law enforcement is responding at a scale that actually matches the threat. Federal prosecutors emphasized the brothers' central roles in the trafficking organization. This wasn't guilt by association. They
Anderson County, a man is behind bars following a drug trafficking investigation. Detectives say the case began in December with 45-year-old Aaron Irvin of the Center of Investigation. Now, officials say a search warrant was executed along Jimmy Lane. We're told they collected more than 700.
Deputies described what they found in plain terms: mounds of method. One male suspect was charged with drug manufacturing, trafficking, and possession with intent to distribute after a search of his South Carolina residence revealed a large-scale meth operation. Meth trafficking in South Carolina has been somewhat overshadowed by Fenty coverage in recent years, but cases like this make clear it hasn't slowed down. Manufacturing operations at the residential level represent a layered threat. When chemicals are being processed on site, neighbors face risks from explosions, toxic exposure, and fire, not just from the drug trade itself.
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office says that they arrested 19 people. We have a few of their mugshots right here on your screen. Deputies say that they were able to seize fentanyl, meth, marijuana, crack cocaine, and several weapons during the investigation. The Sheriff's Office says that they also shut down a home on Brookfield Drive they say was used to traffic the drugs.
Greenville County, South Carolina. The case centered on a two-day sheriff's operation called OD Blitz, launched after authorities investigated a wave of fentanyl overdoses in the area. According to the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, the operation led to 19 people being charged on allegations tied to narcotics trafficking and weapons offenses. And investigators said they various drugs, 6 illegally possessed firearms, and 2 machine presses used to make Fenty pills. Deputies also said they seized a house on Brookview Drive that they believed was being used to traffic and distribute drugs.
The investigation has been taking place since the fall of 2021. It alleges that much of the drug trafficking was run and facilitated by the owners of the Los Primos restaurant in Greenville.
The restaurant served not only food, but served as the regional hub in which cocaine and methamphetamine were allegedly trafficked throughout South Carolina and other states in our region. Restaurant owners also allegedly operated taco trucks, which they used to sell their drugs in that area. The results thus far of this ongoing investigation have resulted in 124 charges against 34 defendants.
Drug trafficking doesn't respect state borders.
Served not only food, but served as the regional hub in which
federal
cocaine and
authorities announced
methamphetamine
indictments
were
against the
allegedly
trafficking ring that
trafficked
operated
throughout
across both South
and other
Carolina
states
and
in our
Georgia,
region.
deliberately using
Restaurant
the
owners
interstate
also
corridor to move
allegedly
product
operated
while
taco
exploiting the
trucks, which they
jurisdictional
used to sell
divide
their
between
drugs in that
states.
area.
Cross-state operations are a federal priority because they bypass state-level enforcement entirely. A state trooper in South Carolina has zero authority in Georgia, and vice versa. Trafficking organizations know this. They build supply chains that span state lines specifically to complicate enforcement and slow down investigations.
Dozens of new defendants across 5 South Carolina counties: Greenville, Anderson, and Pickens in the upstate, Lexington in the Midlands, and Jasper in the Low Country. 11 defendants appeared in court in Richland County on Monday for bond hearings, mostly facing drug trafficking charges. The Attorney General's office says investigators have connected this operation with at least 6 fentanyl overdose deaths. A bill stemming from this same investigation. 11 defendants appeared in court in Richland County on Monday for bond hearings, mostly facing drug trafficking charges. The Attorney General's office says investigators have connected this operation with at least 6 fentanyl overdose deaths. A bill the General Assembly passed this year will create a new
drugs, guns, and gang activity. That's what the Attorney General says has landed more than a dozen people behind bars. Officials say that these men and women were involved in trafficking more than 100 pounds of drugs right through the Midlands, even using Columbia Metropolitan Airport.
This is a major drug trafficking conspiracy ring that was busted up.
In an afternoon news conference, AG Alan Wilson announced the indictments of 15 people, many, if not all of them, tied to a gang known as the Paid Family. Officials say the investigation began after a 24-year-old was shot outside a Two Notch Road nightclub last March. The indictments allege that the 15 suspects worked together to bring more than 100 pounds of marijuana to the Midlands through Columbia Airport.
We call them flyers. And so the flyers would fly out to the West Coast, get the drugs, and then bring them back in through the airport.
Now they're facing some serious charges. And
Attorney General Alan Wilson and Richland County Sheriff Leon Lott have announced the indictment of 15 individuals connected to the Paid Family gang, accused of trafficking over 100 pounds of Mary J. into South Carolina. Authorities say the operation funneled large amounts of drugs into Lexington and Richland counties, primarily through Columbia Metropolitan Airport. The individuals indicted by the Grand faced charges of possessing, selling, manufacturing, delivering, purchasing, conspiring, or transporting at least 100 pounds of Mary J. into the state. Attorney General Wilson described the group as an armed gang that engaged in a long-term conspiracy to generate hundreds of thousands of dollars through illegal drug trafficking. A separate indictment charges 3 of the accused with additional offenses, including money laundering and weapons violations. Authorities say some of the suspects used a business, Family Trucking LLC, as a front to disguise illicit drug proceeds. According to the indictment, members conspired to launder drug money through the company, while another member is facing 3 counts of possessing firearms during criminal activities. Sheriff Lott stated that the indictments stem from a broader investigation led by the Richland County Sheriff's Department. The Lexington indictment claims that between May 2014 and March 2017, the 15 defendants were responsible for trafficking Mary J. into Lexington County, with the active duty serviceman Cedric, stationed at Fort Lewis in Washington State, identified as the main supplier.
They've been locked up, but they weren't locked out of their criminal empire. 40 people now charged with running an international crime ring, while some of them were behind bars. They ordered kidnapping and trafficked $150 million worth of throughout the world, all with the help of smuggled cell phones.
They should not be able to carry out their criminal enterprise by having this tool right here that they use as a weapon.
Among those charged are Gaston County residents Virginia Ryle and Lisa Bolton. Investigators say the pair helped kidnap Michelle Dodge back in 2019 and drove her to where she was ultimately killed. A man inside of a jail cell was the one calling the shots. Investigators say the street gang called the Insane Gangster Disciples were behind all of the violence.
A call for change aimed at the FCC following the arrest of 40 prisoners in the largest racketeering case in our state's history. Contraband cell phones are to blame for crimes organized behind bars, at least according to investigators. Alicia Nieves has the plea from state leaders tonight.
A federal grand jury has returned a 147-count superseding indictment against 40 defendants across South Carolina in what officials describe as the largest federal racketeering conspiracy in the state's history. The indictment exposes a violent criminal enterprise that operated within the South Carolina Department of Corrections, where gang leaders used contraband cell phones to orchestrate kidnapping, firearms distribution, and international drug trafficking. The defendants, who were members of the Insane Gangster Disciples, a faction of the Folk Nation gang, were charged under the Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. Among the 40 defendants, 24 were previously indicted for their roles in the gang's drug operations. Authorities say that IGD leaders inside SCDC directed a sprawling criminal network that extended beyond prison walls, using violence and intimidation to maintain control and eliminate perceived threats. The multi-agency investigation began in July 2017, initially focusing on drug and illegal firearm sales. As the probe expanded,
law enforcement uncovered IGD's deep involvement in organized crime, including deletion, arson, armed robbery, extortion, money laundering, and obstruction of justice. Prosecutors allege that gang members ordered retaliatory attacks, including deletions and kidnappings, against individuals suspected of cooperating with law enforcement or owing drug debts. Many of these violent acts were executed by IGD members outside prison under the direction of incarcerated leaders. The case resulted in the prosecution of all 40 defendants, marking a significant victory in the fight against organized crime in South Carolina. The IGD was divided into 3 primary sets, each with its own leadership structure. Authorities highlighted that contraband cell phones played a pivotal role in facilitating gang operations, allowing incarcerated leaders to coordinate deletions, traffic weapons, and expand their drug empire internationally. Since the initial indictment, all 40 defendants have pleaded guilty to charges related to RICO or drug trafficking. 10 of the defendants faced deletions or kidnapping resulting in death and pleaded guilty as charged.
A coordinated statewide enforcement operation swept up 12 individuals across multiple South Carolina jurisdictions in a single day, targeting an organized drug trafficking network operating across county lines. This wasn't a local patrol making a lucky traffic stop. This was a task force operation that had mapped out a network, identified its members, and taken them all down simultaneously. Multi-jurisdictional operations like this require precise coordination. Agencies across different counties and cities have to share intelligence, synchronize timing, and execute without tipping anyone off. One leak and the whole operation collapses. When it works, you get 12 arrests in one coordinated sweep. The operation specifically targeted trafficking activity that exploited jurisdictional gaps in traditional law enforcement. Trafficking organizations know that county by county enforcement creates blind spots. By going statewide, the task force eliminated those gaps and hit the network at multiple nodes at once. A larger South Carolina fentanyl trafficking investigation expanded with new indictments, targeting additional members of an ongoing distribution network. Federal prosecutors announced the new charges as part of a continuing effort to dismantle the organization from the top down, suggesting the original indictments were just the first wave. The South Carolina Attorney General stepped in front of cameras to publicly address a drug raid in the Midlands region, a signal that the operation carried significant weight. When the AG personally addresses enforcement action, it means results were large enough to warrant top-level attention. Trafficking and distribution charges were filed against multiple suspects connected to the targeted network. It started with a headlight. South Carolina Highway Patrol officers pulled over a vehicle for a routine equipment violation, and what they found turned a simple traffic stop into a full drug bust and a dangerous high-speed chase on South Carolina highways. Officers discovered drug evidence during the vehicle search. When the driver realized what was coming, they ran, fleeing at high speed and putting other drivers and officers at serious risk. Every vehicle on those roads during that pursuit was in danger. Traffic enforcement is one of the most effective tools in drug interdiction. Traffickers move product by road constantly, and equipment violations, expired tags, and erratic driving are the most common reasons officers make stops that end with major discoveries. This case is a textbook example of how small enforcement details lead to major results.
8 members of the Walterboro-based Cowboys Street Gang have been sentenced to prison on charges related to attempted deletions and drug trafficking. District Judge David Norton issued the sentences, which include prison time, 3 years of supervised release, and orders to pay the medical expenses of their victims. Among those sentenced, 3 members were convicted for their roles in a 2015 attempted deletion. 1 member was sentenced for his involvement in 3 shootings between 2010 and 2013, while 2 members were convicted in connection to 2 drive-by shootings in 2011 and 2013. 1 member was sentenced for his role in a 2014 shooting, while another member received his sentence for drug distribution. Another member was convicted for his involvement in a 2012 robbery and shooting. These convictions bring the total to 13 out of 14 members of the Cowboys and their allied gang, the Wild Boys, who have been sentenced since a 2016 federal indictment. Authorities described the Cowboys as a Bloods-affiliated gang that operated in Walterboro's East Side neighborhood. They were known for wearing red, white, and blue, often incorporating the American flag into their clothing. The Cowboys and Wild Boys were closely aligned for years, frequently posting threats, firearms, cash, and narcotics on social media. 13 individuals have been arrested as part of a federal and state joint operation targeting the Billy's gang, which primarily operates in Myrtle Beach and Florence, South Carolina. The arrests mark a significant disruption to the gang's drug distribution network. The Billy's East Side Bloods, a faction of the United Blood Nations gang, has been heavily involved in trafficking in the region, along with committing numerous firearm-related crimes. Authorities say the gang uses violence, including shootings, to protect its drug operations and maintain control over its territory. Law enforcement officers conducted simultaneous arrests across Florence, Myrtle Beach, and Charleston. The indictment identifies members of the Billy's gang. Prosecutors allege that the gang, along with its associates, conspired to distribute controlled substances and trafficked firearms to further their drug trade. The indictment states that all 13 defendants knowingly.
In February 2022, federal investigators raided this home on Imera Avenue in Providence. Court documents show the DEA says the home was at the center of a large-scale ring run by this man, Jazdroel Perez, who goes by Josh. A federal judge described Perez as the principal leader of a robust, long-running drug distribution operation. Prosecutors say the drug trafficking organization was lucrative for Perez. Investigators say he boasted about owning 12 houses, 5 trucks, 2 apartments in Columbia, as well as 2 nightclubs under his mother's name in Providence. Using a camera hidden in Perez's truck and tapping his cell phone, federal agents heard Perez tell an associate he has 10 men that work for him, stating, "Dude, I sell drugs because I like this expletive." Perez is the nephew of Providence Police Colonel Oscar Perez and Sergeant Andre Perez, who works in the Intelligence Bureau of the police department where he works drug cases. Providence Police was excluded from the years-long investigation into Josh Perez. Target 12 has confirmed the city police department is the focus of an adjacent federal investigation examining whether Josh Perez benefited in any way from his uncles at the department.
This case landed harder than a routine narcotics bust because investigators said the operation touched someone connected to Providence Police, turning it into a public trust story as much as a drug case. Reports framed it as shocking because the alleged link suggests one of the hardest problems in local drug enforcement. When the people tasked with policing a trafficking problem are connected directly or indirectly to the same networks being targeted.
I think that's really kind of wild, right?
A Providence police officer new to the job arrested Friday morning after police say she was involved in a drug raid in Pawtucket. This is Destiny Vieira, now a former Providence police officer. The police won't tell us where in Pawtucket the raid happened. He tells us this was her salary, just over $72,000, and she started as an officer here back in September, right after graduating from the 72nd Training Academy. When she was arrested, she was still in her year-long probationary period. Vieira faces multiple drug charges, including distribution or manufacturing of drugs in or near schools. 4-year-old Jalen Lopez of Pawtucket was also arrested and faces the same charges.
In June 2025, 25-year-old Destiny Vieira, who had been a probationary officer with the Providence Police Department since graduating from the city's police academy in September 2024, was arrested as part of a joint drug investigation involving Providence and Pawtucket police. Vieira was charged with multiple felonies, including manufacturing or possessing with intent to distribute controlled substances, conspiracy to commit drug trafficking, distribution near a school zone, and maintaining a common nuisance. The co-defendant, 24-year-old Jalen Lopez of Pawtucket, was also taken into custody on the same charges. Because of the gravity of the allegations, Providence's police chief stated she would not be retained by the department emphasizing that this conduct did not meet the organization's standards for integrity.
It was a 3-month-long wiretap investigation that led to the arrest of what police are calling a group of very violent criminals. 2 recent shootings in Providence are linked to the arrest of 21 people in a sting dubbed Operation Heat. The first was outside Club 7 on Spruce Street, where 2 people were shot in May. The second shooting was outside a bar on Public Street, where 1 person was injured. Police allege the group was also involved in dealing drugs and transporting firearms. They identify the ringleader as 32-year-old Jancy Touset of North Providence, who has a lengthy criminal record. This video is from 2018 of Touset in court on an unrelated case. Police say Touset orchestrated and conspired to execute shootings of rivals and directed the distribution of illegal drugs. 45 search warrants and nearly 19,000 calls and text messages were intercepted by police, which helped in the arrest of the alleged criminals, ranging in age from 18 to 49 years old.
In 2019, the Rhode Island State Police High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Task Force and multiple local, state, and federal partners executed a long-term wiretap and surveillance investigation dubbed Operation Heat, resulting in 21 arrests tied to narcotics distribution, firearms offenses, and violent crime in Providence. Over the course of the probe, authorities intercepted nearly 19,000 calls and text messages, executed dozens of court-authorized search warrants on homes, vehicles, and electronics, and seized 4 firearms, 13 vehicles, more than $48,000 in cash, and illegal drugs. Officials identified Jancy Touset as a central figure alleged to have directed both narcotics distribution and related violence, including 2 nightclub shootings that wounded several people, with multiple co-defendants facing counts ranging from conspiracy and firearm possession to drug distribution and assault.
Top story this noontime, 3 people hauled into court today in Providence after several Providence College students were found having overdosed on drugs over the weekend. Besides the drug charges, these 3 suspects also facing firearms charges. Sheena Losciuto joining us live in Providence right now with the very latest developments.
Well, Providence police say they were able to make pretty quick work, leading them to those 3 suspects. Plus, they searched an apartment also in the city on Hawkins Street. Now, we saw those 3 suspects in court today. This is brand new video. Police really making those arrests only hours after the response. The 2 men in the case are facing more charges. Angel Williams in the white hoodie facing 27 counts. Patrick Patterson in the winter coat facing 21 charges. Both men are being held without bail as co-defendants. Patterson is a Superior Court violator. The 3rd suspect is Kim Shuri Simino. She's facing 1 charge, a gun charge, and was offered bail at $10,000 surety. Now, a lot of the circumstances right now are still unclear, like how exactly those students got the alleged drugs, but police say these suspects are tied to the overdoses of those 7 students.
Providence police say this case moved fast after 7 people were treated for overdoses connected to a home on Hawkins Street. Detectives worked the scene, tracked leads, and reportedly made 3 arrests within hours tied to suspected drug distribution from an apartment. The reason this one hit so hard is the timeline. It wasn't just drugs found. It was an emergency response first followed by an investigative response aimed at identifying who allegedly supplied what was taken.
Of 9 months of investigation into what the acting police chief calls high-level drug trafficking and dealing. Inside 6971 Bellevue Avenue, police seizing 9 kilos of 3 kilos of and a firearm, and they arrested 2 individuals at the scene who they say are part of this operation, but they're not the ringleader. They identify him as Juan Martinez, who goes by Angel Zapata, currently in jail in New Jersey. Police say the team was very good at what they did, going so far as to rig secret compartments inside the house, like a dresser in the bedroom, to hide the drugs.
Our canine narcotics dog, Vader, was actually able to hit on this. Our trained officers here were able to actually locate 2 hydraulic pistons on both sides.
In early 2023, Providence police said a suspicious package intercepted during their investigation led them to uncover what authorities described as a sophisticated drug operation. A Providence couple was arrested after the package, flagged by postal or police screening, was traced as part of a months-long narcotics trafficking investigation. ultimately resulting in charges tied to possession and
So
distribution.
thank you. Now that breaking news we just told you about, 36 people arrested in an alleged drug ring. Providence police telling us they rounded up suspects from the Providence area and several towns.
Rows of faces, 36 in all, 30 now in custody in southeastern Massachusetts. Providence police say these 6 were at the top of the trafficking organization. 26-year-old Johan Jimenez of Providence, Mario Hernandez, 28 of Cranston, and Yosio Vargas, 19 of Providence.
In a major enforcement push in May 2017, Providence police announced 36 arrests in what was described as a large-scale H and Fentanyl trafficking ring disruption. The operation reportedly lasted about 10 months and targeted individuals believed to be moving large amounts of controlled substances through Providence and surrounding areas. Law enforcement officials connected many defendants to organized distribution activity, meaning they weren't just isolated street sellers. Authorities said they were part of a broader network moving H and Fendi.
When federal agents busted 2 out-of-staters with 6 pounds of crystal meth under their car hood. Court documents obtained by NBC 10 reveal brothers Americo and Fausto Llerena Jimenez drove from New York to Providence Monday, planning to sell more than $12,000 worth of meth. Agents say a canine sniffed out the stash, bags of meth hidden under the hood of their car, wedged near the engine. The drugs weighed nearly 3,000 grams. The Drug Enforcement Administration says the pair had been under surveillance for months. Accused of trafficking, investigators say it was a confidential source who helped connect the dots, alerting agents to Detroit Avenue ahead of the drop.
In this investigation, federal agents allege they disrupted a delivery run where meth was hidden inside a vehicle's engine compartment area, a concealment method meant to beat casual traffic stops. According to the report you shared, the DEA arrested Americo Llerena Jimenez and Fausto Llerena Jimenez, alleging they drove from New York to Providence to deliver the meth to a location on Detroit Avenue.
I have no comment that he's an idiot. That's my comment. Moron.
Custodian taken into custody, a local school janitor arrested after he allegedly had fentanyl on school property. The arrest of this janitor is caught on police body cam at an elementary school in Cranston. Thank you for joining us on this Friday night. I'm Patrice Wood.
And I'm Dan Janik. Police say his co-workers found him passed out by the school loading dock. The Night Team's John Perrick spoke with parents and got reaction from the janitor's sister. He joins us live from the Garden City Elementary School. John?
Well, Dan and Patrice, 42-year-old Anthony DeSimone worked as a janitor at Garden City Elementary School in Cranston until Thursday evening. Police say his co-workers found him passed out by the school loading dock and that he appeared to have overdosed. According to authorities, DeSimone refused to go to the hospital and later passed out again in the break room. He was told to leave the school. Officers then arrived.
Are you Anthony? Anthony? Yeah, you're Anthony. Okay, get off the scooter.
Police cuffed DeSimone and patted him down. They found multiple syringes and a spoon with a burn mark on it.
Did you OD in the school today? Yes, no, maybe.
Officers also recovered a pack of cigarettes left behind in a school bathroom. Authorities say inside the pack were small bags of 1.7 grams in total.
Cranston police said a school custodian was arrested after officers found suspected Fendi connected to him on elementary school property, a detail that immediately escalated the case because of the setting and the safety risk. Local reporting identified the suspect as Anthony DeSimone and described the arrest as part of a police response after the discovery on school grounds. Authorities framed it as a serious incident because it brought an opioid into a place designed to protect kids, triggering both criminal charges and community alarm.
A sweeping drug bust in Kennedy Plaza over several months, leading to 25 people charged for the possession and sale of illicit drugs, 19 apprehended. 6 more arrest warrants await. But for those who use the transportation hub, they say it's no surprise to hear what was going on. Were you surprised to hear that there was that much drug dealing in this part of the capital city?
Not really. I have literally seen people shooting up into their neck in broad daylight.
As some believe Operation Kennedy Plaza sweep might just be the turning point the area needs.
In August 2023, Providence police concluded a months-long undercover narcotics operation focused on Kennedy Plaza, the city's downtown transit hub. The operation targeted illegal drug distribution, and police announced that 25 individuals were facing charges related to unlawful cocaine and other drug dealings at the plaza. The charges stemmed from undercover purchases and surveillance, part of a recurring strategy by law enforcement to disrupt drug activity in this high-traffic area. Previous similar operations had also resulted in multiple arrests and drug-related charges in the plaza area over the years.
And a Providence man was also arrested on gun and drug charges in Fall River. Police say they arrested 27-year-old Ronnie Yanas Picardo yesterday during an apparent drug dealing. Detectives allegedly found almost 2,000 bags. After a house search, they found another 182 grams of fentanyl in a semi-automatic firearm and other packaging and distributing materials. He faces charges both in Fall River and in Rhode Island.
Specific web search results for the 221 grams Fentanyl and gun case were limited in direct news outputs. Rhode Island has seen similar large drug seizures and federal prosecutions. For example, federal prosecutors announced in February 2025 that a Providence man was charged with Fentanyl distribution after a search uncovered mixtures of Fentanyl and other controlled substances with digital scales and firearms as part of an FBI Safe Streets task force investigation.
In a quiet Taunton neighborhood,
Not a clue.
police say is a stash house.
Wow.
Catching residents on Ashland Street by surprise.
How long have you lived here?
42 years.
I've never seen anything like this. Massachusetts State Police opened the investigation last fall, looking into a drug trafficking organization that was allegedly selling large quantities of high-potency. Investigators identified their primary target as 31-year-old Wilmer Tejeda Cruz from Pawtucket, who allegedly oversaw the operation. Investigators searched Tejeda Cruz's Pawtucket home and the stash house in Taunton. Residents say they remember seeing the search just recently.
So I saw a lot of cars in the yard, probably 7 or 8 in the yard.
State troopers and undercover cars. Didn't look good.
Both properties turned up drugs and guns. 2 runners were also arrested, 39-year-old Jose Bello of Dedham and 31-year-old Jose Martinez of Boston. 50-year-old Richard Johnson of Nashua was arrested and identified as a high-level customer of Tejeda Cruz's. A warrant is out for a 4th suspect believed to be outside of the U.S. Tejeda Cruz was arraigned in late March on a charge of trafficking fentanyl over 200 grams. He's awaiting another court date. Neighbors say they never expected it.
Massachusetts State Police described this as the result of a nearly year-long investigation into an alleged trafficking pipeline, ending with 3 arrests that investigators framed as a major disruption to supply moving through the region. Public reporting indicates the case involved surveillance and coordinated enforcement, with charges centered on trafficking distribution-level conduct rather than simple possession.
More than 140,000 fentanyl pills have been seized by Rhode Island State Police and the DEA. Now, this is the result of an investigation into a Dominican drug trafficking organization operating in Providence and Lawrence, Massachusetts. Authorities carried out operations in Johnston, Warwick, and over in the Bay State. They say the drugs were being moved in cars when they were recovered. 4 people were arrested. At least 3 of them are not from Rhode Island.
This investigation was described as a large-scale Fentanyl pill trafficking case involving Rhode Island State Police and the DEA, with authorities alleging it connected to a Dominican trafficking organization operating across Providence, Rhode Island, and Lawrence, Massachusetts. The number attached to this case, 141,000 pills, matters because pill-based Fentanyl distribution is usually treated as a high-volume retail pipeline built for repeat sales at street level, not just one-off transport.
State Police have charged 2 Providence men found with 5,000 pills of fentanyl. Police arrested 53-year-old Jose Santiago Torres and 43-year-old Jesus Carreras Castro on Tuesday as officers were executing court-authorized search warrants.
In this case, police said 2 Providence men were arrested after investigators seized roughly 5,000 Fentanyl pills, and authorities framed it as a possession with intent to deliver situation, meaning they believed it was distribution ready, not simple personal possession. What makes this kind of case stand out isn't only the pill count. It's the enforcement logic behind it. Pill quantities at that level often point to a local supply node, the kind of stash that can keep a neighborhood market moving for days or weeks, depending on how it's sold. and by whom.
The Cranston police chief says the officer knew something was off after pulling over Teddy Lopez for not wearing his seatbelt. Inside, the officer found a trash bag with about 10 ounces of mainly in candy form. But then he noticed parts of the rental vehicle were off, which led them to find a hidden compartment.
There's a sequence of things you have to do in the vehicle to make that compartment pneumatically open up. We got really lucky to be able to find this compartment and get it open and make that seizure. And you can imagine the excitement that the officer had when he was able to see what he had in there as he kept pulling out 1 kilo after the next. I mean, that's something you remember for the rest of your career.
Lopez is now in the ACI facing several drug charges, including a felony. The Cranston police chief says he was a Providence College senior with no criminal history. On Thursday, police arrested Jerry Taylor after executing a court-authorized search warrant.
Cranston police described this as 3 separate narcotics investigations that all reached the enforcement phase around the same time, ending with 3 men charged across 3 different cases, the kind of announcement departments make when they want to show sustained pressure, not a one-off stop. These trio roundups usually mean different targets, different addresses, and different fact patterns, but they get bundled together because they reflect the same strategy. Build the case quietly, then hit with warrants arrests when enough evidence is stacked.
Tonight, 3 men are facing drug and gun charges after Providence police executed a search warrant at an apartment and business on Atwells Avenue this morning. Police tell us the warrant was carried out in an effort to disrupt illegal activity involving firearms and narcotics. The building is home to Lucia's Mexican restaurant on the 1st floor and apartments on the 2nd. Now, police say both floors were searched, and we did reach out to the restaurant for comment, but the woman who answered the phone hung up on us. 19-year-old Orlando Orlena, 19-year-old Charles Smith, and 20-year-old Gary Maddox were arrested, gun and drug charges.
Providence police say a search warrant led to 3 arrests tied to alleged illegal firearm possession and drugs, one of those cases where the real story is what the warrant was based on and what police say they recovered once inside.
53,000 pills, 9 kilograms of powder, and an industrial-grade pill press worth over $10,000, all of which Judge John McConnell wrote were seized from a massive drug lab in September of 2023. Court documents show Jorge Pimentel of Cranston, a.k.a. Big Head, ran the operation out of a storage unit here on Harris Street in Pawtucket.
Federal prosecutors say this wasn't a street corner case, it was a production and supply operation. Investigators tied Jorge Pimentel from Cranston to a Pawtucket-based Fendi pill press lab setup, alleging it was capable of turning bulk Fendi into thousands of counterfeit pills for distribution. In later court proceedings, prosecutors emphasized the scale and the danger of counterfeit pill manufacturing, and reporting on the case notes Pimentel ultimately received a federal prison sentence tied to drug distribution charges.
State police say they've busted a drug and gun trafficking operation spanning the state. State police say they arrested 6 suspects last week, 3 from Providence, 2 from North Providence, and 1 from Johnston. State police say they searched 9 locations.
Rhode Island State Police said their HIDTA task force investigation led to 6 arrests tied to narcotics and firearms offenses, which is a common HIDTA pattern. Build a case using surveillance plus controlled buys intel, then hit the target locations with coordinated arrests and searches. The public messaging around HIDTA cases usually emphasizes network disruption, removing key suppliers, seizing drugs and guns together, and cutting off the pipeline feeding street-level dealing.
Now on the night team, drugs, guns, and alleged child endangerment. West Warwick police arrest these 2 people after a lengthy investigation.
With a search warrant in hand, officers busted into this house and quickly found a lot of drugs.
We knew what kind of house it was, and now we're glad that they're not going to be here anymore.
Officers arrested Julio Rivera and Cecilia Gallucci on drug, firearms, and child endangerment charges. The investigation took months, but the raid wasn't just here in West Warwick. Investigators also searched a rental unit in a garage in Gloucester belonging to Rivera. They seized a stolen landscape dump trailer.
They had couches that were set up in the landscaping trailers, and they had people coming in 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Absolutely disgusting.
A months-long investigation description usually signals the case built through surveillance, controlled buys, informant tips, and search warrants, not a single incident stop. When you see drugs plus guns plus child endangerment in the same headline, It often means investigators believed there were children present or at risk where narcotics and firearms were being stored handled, and that tends to push the case into a more serious public safety framing in court.
This is just stunning that it's happening right here.
Wanda Miglis never expected a major drug bust to happen around the corner where she's lived for the last 20 years. At this home off Winthrop Avenue, that Providence police made their biggest bust in a months-long investigation across the city. Across the city, officers with the Narcotics Bureau and Intelligence and Organized Crime Bureau found over $1 million in cash and millions of dollars worth of drugs. Providence Police Chief Oscar Perez says all suspects have a criminal history and their recent arrests should serve as a message.
The drug trafficking in our city will not be tolerated, and you will be apprehended and held accountable.
Providence police said a multi-investigation push led to 10 arrests and the seizure of a high-value mix of alleged drug proceeds and property, including cash, vehicles, jewelry, and drugs, with totals described publicly at around the 1.2 million range depending on how agencies counted the combined value. In at least one publicly reported part of the operation, officers executed a search warrant on Winthrop Street in Providence and arrested Jose Antonio Parareyes, with police reporting seizures that included more than $200,000 in cash, over $40,000 in jewelry, 4 vehicles, and drugs, plus additional cash recovered during the arrest.
A record-breaking bust by Rhode Island State Police. A year-long investigation by the High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Task Force ended with a search of 2 homes in Cranston and 1 in Providence, where detectives found all of this. 3 people, Angel Camillo, Miguel Jimenez Cruz, and Luz Jimenez Regalado, were arrested on narcotics and weapons charges.
This was one of those system-level seizures. 41 kilograms is not neighborhood supply. It's the kind of weight tied to high-level trafficking logistics. Reporting described detectives finding the Fendi while searching residences and arresting 3 people, which suggests the case likely relied on a prior investigative thread. Large Fenty weight seizures also tend to come with broader evidence sweeps: phones, cash, packaging material, and sometimes additional controlled substances, because prosecutors aim to show not just possession, but the structure of distribution.
Eyewitness news cameras were rolling on Friday as federal agents executed a search warrant at this apartment on Public Street in Providence. We've learned it's one of 10 locations allegedly linked to an international trafficking ring in the greater Providence area. U.S. Attorney Peter Nerona says 11 people have been arrested and detained in connection with the drug ring. On Thursday, agents swarmed this apartment in West Warwick, arresting 4 people. We're told there was more than 2 kilos at that location. And at this house in Providence, the feds arrested 2 more suspected drug dealers.
This case fits the pattern of a coordinated takedown built over time, multi-agency style, with arrests clustered close together as warrants are executed. A related federal enforcement action in Rhode Island around that period publicly described 11 defendants charged in a large heroin trafficking conspiracy and a major seizure, which reflects how these older, major bust cases are often the end of long investigations rather than sudden breakthroughs.
Federal, state, and local law enforcement brass all together in Providence Thursday, much in the way they conducted an 18-month-long undercover drug and weapons op in the city's Hartford Park section. Of 27 mugshots, all men, 1 woman, ages 20 to 54, many said to be mid-level drug dealers with lengthy records. FBI, DEA, and ATF, all part of this urban crime initiative. We're told 2 men were nabbed running guns from North Carolina to Rhode Island.
In early 2015, Providence law enforcement announced a widespread drug and firearms enforcement operation that led to at least 35 arrests across the city. Police described the action as a coordinated dragnet, with officers serving multiple warrants and targeting suspected drug dealers and traffickers who were also believed to be connected with illegal guns in local neighborhoods.
Only Eyewitness News was there as Providence police walked out Antonio Riverdis, one of 2 men arrested in a cocaine bust at Tel Aviv Bar and Tapas on Bridge Street in Providence. Police say Riverdis is considered a regular at the bar. They also arrested Tel Aviv's manager, Theo Spiridis. Along with the bar, police searched this boat docked in the Providence River, as well as this luxury car parked outside. We watched as detectives searched for evidence. They walked away carrying this box with stacks of $100 bills inside. Detectives say this alone looks like a few $1,000s.
In August 2016, investigators executed a search warrant at the Tel Aviv Bar on Bridge Street in Providence, along with 2 parked vehicles and a boat anchored nearby, as part of a targeted drug raid. Police described finding illegal substances during the search and arrested 2 individuals connected to the case.
Now at noon, it was one of the biggest busts in the history of Rhode Island. A Providence man now sentenced to 7 years in federal prison for preparing to deal more than 24 kilos. 50-year-old Jose Figueroa Rosales entered a guilty plea back in April to charges of possession with intent to distribute and distribution of more than 100 grams of heroin. A judge issued Rosales' 7-year sentence Monday. In the November 2018 bust, police found the dope in an apartment on Jewel Street, stuffed in school bus seat cushions, valued at more than $1 million.
In October 2023, a Providence man was sentenced to 7 years in federal prison in connection with one of the state's larger trafficking cases. The case also tied to operations like the broader Hitler investigations around Stratford Street and other Providence neighborhoods involved federal prosecutors demonstrating that the defendant played an active role in distributing heroin mixed or laced with fentanyl, a dangerous combination that has contributed to overdose spikes across the region. Beyond.
Dan Patrice, here are the 11 suspects tied to a violent gang ring investigators say spanned streets, cell phones, and social media. Investigators calling it Operation Brickhouses. More than 100 pages of court documents and more than 100 search warrants tell the story of how Rhode Island State Police say they cracked open a sprawling tech-fueled criminal network. The case centers around Enrique Miranda, an alleged known member of the Cutthroat Committee, a faction of the Chad Brown gang. Miranda is accused of opening fire on I-95 near the Providence Place Mall in October 2023. Court documents reveal just 3 days earlier, Miranda was negotiating the price of this P938 pistol with Benjamin Garcia of North Providence. In a series of text messages, Garcia sends a photo of the gun. Miranda replies, "It's nice. What's the number?" adding that the firearm is small. Garcia responds, "I want 9, but it's whatever if it's gone today." 3 days later, police say Miranda used a 9mm pistol in the highway shooting. That firearm has yet to be found. This shooting launched a multi-agency probe. 130 warrants executed, searching homes, phones, Facebook accounts, and even emails. The digital trail led investigators to an organized network for violence, gun deals, fraud, and drugs. Miranda's arrest leading to 10 more suspects and the seizure of 5 firearms, 6 high-capacity feeding devices, more than 700 grams of illegal drugs, and $42,000 in cash.
Rhode Island State Police said Operation Brickhouses wrapped a multi-year investigation into what they described as a highly organized network with gang affiliations tied to shootings and other violent offenses in the Providence area dating back to October 2023. Investigators said they executed about 130 search warrants, many focused on cell phones, social media accounts, emails, and residences, and that the investigation produced seizures of 5 firearms, 6 high-capacity feeding devices, about 738 grams of narcotics, and around $42,000 in cash. State police reported the probe began after a highway shooting on I-95 on October 21, 2023, near the Providence Place Mall. Police say that investigation then led to evidence of a broader organization, and they linked 2 additional targeted shootings, one on the Moshasek Industrial Highway in Pawtucket, and another on John Street in Johnston. Investigators allege GPS tracking devices were used to locate intended victims in the Pawtucket and Johnston shootings. Court records describing Enrique Miranda as a known member of the Cutthroat Committee, described as a faction of the Chad Brown gang, and alleged he fired a 9 pistol in the I-95 shooting. That report also describes texts allegedly showing Miranda negotiating to buy a firearm from Benjamin Garcia days before the highway shooting, with cell site data placing both phones near Garcia's residence around the time of the alleged transfer. Police said the gun pictured in those messages has not been recovered.
This is the single largest takedown in its history. They say it's the result of a year-long investigation called Operation Patched Out, which focused on 2 motorcycle gangs operating in the northwestern part of the state.
This investigation revealed that over the past year, there have been several violent confrontations between these motorcycle gangs operating in Rhode Island. And these confrontations do not get reported to law enforcement. They were just discovered as a result of this investigation.
It took place in several communities. State police telling us they were concentrated in Woonsocket. We captured the aftermath Wednesday morning. The front door of 213 High Street shattered. Tonight, this front door has already been replaced, and neighbors here on High Street tell me they're not surprised something like this would happen in their area.
I kind of expected it on this street. This street's hot.
John Patnode was woken up.
Alleged president of the Rhode Island chapter of the Pagans motorcycle gang, Derek Tuna McGuire, started off the arraignments in Providence District Court Thursday morning. McGuire was ordered held without bail, expected as a violator in Superior Court this afternoon. The judge said he faces 221 counts. The few charges she read aloud before McGuire's lawyer stopped her were all drug-related. Apparel, all seized in their early morning raids. State police said they had been tracking the Pagans and Cripman gangs since they started establishing chapters in Northwest Rhode Island about a year ago. In 2018, the alleged leader of Rhode Island's pagan motorcycle gang was charged with 221 counts related to drugs, firearm, and fraud. In court Thursday, Derek Tuna McGuire pleaded guilty to 9 of those counts.
Rhode Island State Police said Operation Patched Out began after investigators received intelligence in 2017 that violent outlaw motorcycle gangs were establishing a foothold in northwestern Rhode Island, and that a local shakeup, patching over from one group to another, raised the risk of retaliation and gun violence. After a year-long probe, police said more than 150 investigators executed 29 pre-dawn raids across northern Rhode Island and nearby Massachusetts communities on May 23, 2018, arresting about 4950 people tied to the Pagans and Cripmen, plus alleged weapons suppliers, drug dealers, and customers. Authorities said the raids produced one of the biggest seizure lists in state history. 53 illegal guns, including a rocket launcher, plus large quantities of various drugs and other weapons-related items. Investigators also described uncovering additional criminal activity beyond guns and narcotics, such as trafficking in stolen ATVs and equipment, lawn tractors, snowblowers, and fraudulent mortgage bank activity, which they said helped finance the broader operation. Derek Tuna McGuire, identified by police as the leader of the Rhode Island Pagans chapter, later pleaded and was sentenced to 20 years with 10 years to serve at the ACI, plus a suspended portion and probation.
An investigation that started into Rhode Island led to a big drug bust in another New England state. DEA New England said in a social media post today that the investigation took them to Portland, Maine, and led to half a dozen other arrests.
In early September 2025, the DEA's New England division said a Rhode Island-based investigation led to an enforcement operation in Portland, Maine, where agents arrested 6 people the DEA said were in the U.S. illegally and had alleged ties to MS-13. Authorities said the operation resulted in the seizure of about 8 kilograms of Coca-Cola and roughly $100,000 in cash. Operation Zombie was an 18-month, multi-agency gang and drug probe in Providence that officials announced in June 2015 as part of the Rhode Island Urban Violent Crime Initiative. Authorities said the investigation targeted members and associates of 3 South Providence gangs and focused on trafficking, firearms offenses, and related violent crime. At the press conference, officials said the sweep produced 30 suspects total, with 24 arrested in custody and 6 still at large, and they displayed 5 seized handguns as evidence of what they called the Guns Plus Drugs 1009 driving. Operation Royal Flush was an 11-month, multi-agency crackdown in Providence, Rhode Island, targeting alleged drug dealing by members and associates of the almighty Latin King nation. Announced in November 2004, officials said the probe began in late 2003 after Providence police developed information that Latin King members' associates were trafficking significant amounts of various drugs. At the enforcement stage, Authorities said 26 people were charged through a mix of federal indictments, and that agents had already arrested 21 defendants while seeking additional suspects. Officials also reported seizing $100,420 in cash and 4 vehicles valued around
Square Park.
Federal prosecutors have filed charges against 19 people, accusing them of running an open-air drug market.
Well, Stephen, Natasha, 19 suspected heroin and fentanyl dealers from 2 different alleged criminal organizations have been arrested for deadly drugs they sold in and around Washington Square Park. The feds say the indictments are an attempt to hold drug dealers responsible for the overdose deaths they caused. One of the victims, the feds say, was the grandson of famous Hollywood actor Robert De Niro. Now, feds say the 2 criminal organizations, one a subset of the Bloods gang and the other run by a man who allegedly had been selling drugs in Washington Square Park for 25 years. The defendants have...
Federal authorities in Manhattan unsealed charges against 19 people they say were running around the clock, open-air drug market in and around Washington Square Park, Greenwich Village, since at least 2020. The DEA and NYPD said the group allegedly sold opioids and other drugs operating all day, every day, and coordinating in overlapping teams to maintain control of the area. Prosecutors allege the conspiracy was tied to at least 2 fatal overdoses in 2024 and 18-year-old. Described as a recent high school graduate who came to NYC for a prestigious internship, and a 43-year-old unhoused man who frequently bought drugs in the area. Officials also said first responders and NYPD medical personnel have answered 65+ apparent overdose calls in the Washington Square Park area over recent years, one of the reasons they framed the park as an epicenter in the city's overdose crisis. The DE press release names Maliak Lug, Aka Scarface, as part of a Macballer subset of the Bloods and identifies John Levigny, Aka Johnny, as another central figure, with news coverage describing 2 main teams, a Bloods-linked group and a Levigny-led group, that allegedly coordinated territory and warned each other about police presence. Authorities said at least 14 defendants were arrested immediately around the unsealing.
Federal prosecutors and the FBI say they've shut down what they're calling an open-air drug market at a NYCHA complex in Harlem. 12 people were taken into custody. Investigators say the group ran its operation for years out of the Johnson houses, just a few blocks from Central Park. They say deals happened in the lobby and other public areas of the building, while empty apartments were used to store drugs and guns.
Federal prosecutors, the FBI, and NYPD say an indictment charges 12 people with running a drug trafficking conspiracy from at least 2022 through 2025. Using a building and its courtyard at the Johnson houses as an open-air market where customers allegedly came into the building to buy drugs. Prosecutors say the group allegedly worked out of lobbies, courtyards, stairwells, and even a children's playground, using stash apartments and utility boxes in stairwells to store drugs, paraphernalia, and guns. The DOJ release says 8 defendants were arrested. During the coordinated arrest searches, prosecutors said agents recovered firearms and narcotics, including 5 guns, 2 long guns, from a stash apartment, plus additional firearms ammunition from other locations and suspected narcotics and packaging mixing materials.
Drug bust in a Bronx apartment. Police recovered more than 26 pounds of and $3 million. Investigators say they arrested a major narcotics distributor in the Norwood section. They say he concealed the drugs and cash inside furniture. Got to be big furniture with hidden trap compartments. The 60-year-old suspect faces numerous drug charges.
On March 22, 2024, New York officials announced a major Bronx narcotics case after a 2-month investigation led to the seizure of about 12 kilograms of Coca-Cola and over $3 million in cash from an apartment in the Norwood section of the Bronx. Prosecutors said the money and drugs weren't sitting out in the open. They were packed into hidden trap compartments built into furniture, including dressers, nightstands, and a coffee table. Authorities said the defendant, Juan Rondon, was arrested on March 20, 2024 after investigators watched him enter and exit 3,405 Gates Place carrying a bag, then return again. They stopped him in the building lobby and alleged he had a quantity of cocaine and keys to apartment 2A. With a court-authorized search and help from a New York State Police K-9 unit, They said they found bundled cash labeled with dates spanning several years, at least 10 luxury watches, including Rolex and Cartier, and that the coffee table held approximately 12 kilograms of Coca-Cola along with some of the cash. Officials noted the apartment appeared nondescript, with no obvious fortified locks or security setup, despite the scale of what was inside.
Yeah, that's right. You can see the gates of this smoke shop down. Investigators say what was happening inside there was a pretty wild setup. They say it's connected to an apartment above here by a secret chute used to move illegal products without anyone noticing. This citizen video shows the scene Thursday. The sheriff, task force, Homeland Security, and NYPD taped off the sidewalk in front of the shop. K9 units were out here as well as they executed 2 search warrants at the same time. Officials say this was all part of an ongoing investigation into illegal cannabis sales and deceptive practices at the shop and the apartment above it. The sheriff's office also releasing these photos of some of what they recovered. You can see brightly packaged edibles, vapes, some cannabis flowers, and THC concentrates. In total, they say they seized more than 1,000 pounds of products worth about $1.7 million, along with $20,000 in cash.
On November 13, 2025, NYC Sheriff Joint Compliance Task Force, alongside Homeland Security investigations, executed search warrants in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn after investigators said a smoke shop was using a hidden connective chute, a concealed opening between the store and an upstairs apartment, to move and stash illegal cannabis products out of sight. Authorities said the warrants hit both the smoke shop and a second-story apartment used as storage, and the secret chute setup was the key feature that made this raid stand out in the city's broader crackdown. Officials reported seizing about 1,096.6 pounds of illicit cannabis and related products estimated at $1.7 million plus $20,320 in cash. The sheriff's office itemized the haul as including large quantities of cannabis flower, THC concentrate, THC edibles, THC vapes, and untaxed cigarettes. 3 people were arrested and charged with criminal trespass, criminal possession of cannabis, and criminal possession of a controlled substance, while FDNY Fire Prevention and the Department of Buildings issued violations and a partial vacate order tied to conditions found during the operation. This raid was also framed as part of Operation Padlock to protect NYC's ongoing effort to seal unlicensed smoke shops. City and media reporting has described hundreds to well over 1,000 shops being sealed since the initiative launched.
A police source says authorities took at least 1 man into custody after they found drugs in the apartment building at 780 Garden Street in the Belmont section of the Bronx, which also houses multiple daycare centers. Charges against the man are pending. According to the fire department, authorities initially responded to a report of a fentanyl spill. We saw first responders wearing hazmat suits. Police found 12 kilograms, or nearly 26.5 pounds of in an apartment in the building, according to News 12. Exposure to even a minuscule amount can be deadly.
On December 10 to 11, 2024, a Fendi investigation in the Belmont section of the Bronx turned urgent because the stash was allegedly stored inside 780 Garden Street, a residential building that also housed 2 daycare centers. Investigators said they recovered over 12 kilograms of suspected Fendi, more than 26 pounds, in total, with at least 7 kilograms coming from a first-floor apartment, and that children in a daycare down the hall were evacuated as a precaution during the search. Prosecutors said ZX Cruz was arrested and arraigned in Manhattan criminal court, where a judge ordered him remanded. The complaint alleged a 2-month undercover investigation in which Cruz made multiple large Fendi sales to an undercover officer. A sale of about 225 grams for $4,000, a sale of about 1 kilogram for $18,000, and a sale of 4 kilograms for $72,000, after which he was arrested. During the apartment search, officials said Fendi powder was disturbed and released into the air, triggering a safety response. The first floor was evacuated, the daycare was alerted, and FDNY EMS and hazmat responded while officers were evaluated for possible exposure. Prosecutors charged Cruz with operating as a major trafficker, criminal sale of a controlled substance in the first degree, and criminal possession of a controlled substance in the first degree, plus additional possession counts.
We believe that these drugs that ended up here in Long Island are coming from the Mexican cartels.
Plus, at the home of Miguel Torres in Wyandanch, at least 3 kilos of suspected fentanyl. Torres found sleeping in his bedroom with a loaded handgun. Investigators tracking the drugs from the Bronx to the suspects in western Suffolk allegedly dealing from Bayshore, Lindenhurst, West Islip, and Wyandanch. But the drug trade reached all the way out to the East End.
Police and prosecutors say the case was built by Suffolk's East End Drug Task Force working with the New York Drug Enforcement Task Force, NYPD, the city's special narcotics prosecutor, and a U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, targeting a supply chain they said ran from the Bronx into Suffolk County. According to the DA's press release, investigators focused on John Collado, Luigi Peralta, Anthony Dominguez, Jurgenis Paulino, David Priest, and Michael Torres, alleging they conspired to distribute Fenty and Coca-Cola in Suffolk County. Prosecutors say a key part of the investigation involved undercover buys. They allege 13 sales to undercover officers, totaling 7,441 Fenty pills made to look like Oxy M30 pills and 2.8 kilograms of Coca-Cola, with an estimated street value over $245,000 for the purchased drugs. The DEA says the investigation was conducted between April 2025 and October 2025.
At first glance, this is what DEA agents saw when they stopped a tractor-trailer in Brooklyn. Boxes and boxes full of papayas. But they say that's not the only thing the semi was carrying.
How much is all of this worth?
So this is, in totality, approximately $1 million.
Special agent in charge of the DEA's New York division says the smugglers sawed these holes in the wooden pallet. Agents say they've traced the drugs from where they were discovered in Brooklyn all the way down to Mexico, where the Sinaloa drug cartel operates, the same one formerly run by the now infamous Joaquin El Chapo Guzman.
Which is one of the 2 most dominant cartels.
In Brooklyn in early December 2025, DEA agents said they made one of the biggest drug seizures New York City has seen in recent history, after stopping and searching a tractor-trailer that looked like a papaya delivery. When agents opened it, they found the load wasn't just produce. Officials said the drugs were hidden inside modified wooden pallets beneath the boxes, a concealment method DEA leadership called unusually ingenious compared with what they'd been seeing lately. Authorities publicly described the haul as about 300 pounds of meth valued in the reporting at about $1 million and said they traced the shipment's origins back toward Sinaloa, Mexico, pointing to cartel-linked supply lines feeding the Northeast. Investigators also said loaded firearms were recovered in connection with the seizure. The driver was arrested and, according to the report, is facing federal narcotics and weapons charges, while agents believe the shipment was intended for distribution across the wider tri-state Northeast market.
Down a sophisticated drug trafficking operation across from a school.
Yeah, police say it was so large it had the potential of supplying drug networks throughout the entire Northeast.
Here in the Soundview section of the Bronx, where authorities say this man, Guandancio Perez, was the mastermind behind a sophisticated drug operation inside this pizzeria. Had you ever been in there for food?
Yeah, I got me a couple of slices out of there.
The small, now shuttered business is at 553 Soundview Avenue. 42 kilos. Workers allegedly stored that near the counter for easy sales and samples for customers. All of this right next to a community center and across the street from an elementary school, PS 69. Perez allegedly ran the operation inside Mozzarella Pizza with his wife Zulima and this man from Connecticut, Alexander Samboy. Police maintained Thursday morning they spotted the couple transferring a large bag from a car and into the pizzeria. Samboy shows up and leaves in a car with a backpack.
This is New York, baby. Anything possible, but it's sad by the school. But anything is possible.
A Bronx pizzeria in Soundview Mozzarella Pizza on Soundview Avenue, across from PS 69, became the center of a major narcotics case after investigators said it was being used as a stash and distribution spot, not just a restaurant. Authorities announced the bust, saying they recovered 100+ pounds of suspected narcotics with an estimated street value around $4 million, including large quantities of suspected Coca-Cola plus other drugs, along with cash and equipment used to package drugs. Investigators described a surveillance-driven takedown. They said they watched Gaudencio Rosendo Perez, Zulema Cardenas Espinoza, and Alexander Samboy moving items in and out of the pizzeria, then stopped Samboy's vehicle and allegedly recovered 5 kilograms of suspected Coca-Cola. After that, authorities executed search warrants at the pizzeria and said they found about 42 kilograms of suspected Coca-Cola in the basement, approximately 1 kilogram of other drugs, around 1,000 glassine envelopes containing suspected drugs and a kilo press, additional suspected packaging, and about $40,000 in cash.
After the takedown of a massive drug ring, it involved 3 interconnected groups responsible for sourcing and selling across 7 counties. The investigation first began nearly 3 years ago, centered around Michael Danzy and his brother, Terrence Rags. From there, authorities say they traced this drug peddling web to a second operation involving resellers who lived on a small section of Avenue D in Rochester.
They all lived within a few yards of each other, making Avenue D a major drug hub.
On June 13, 2023, New York Attorney General Letitia James announced a major narcotics takedown across the Rochester-Finger Lakes region, saying investigators had arrested 48 people and filed 177 charges tied to a trafficking network operating in Monroe, Wayne, Cayuga, Ontario, Orleans, Seneca, and Yates counties. According to the Attorney General's Organized Crime Task Force, the case began in Wayne County and expanded as investigators identified what they described as 3 interconnected groups moving large quantities of drugs through the region, including a Wayne County-centered supply stream and a Rochester distribution hub. Officials said the investigation relied on extensive surveillance and wiretaps and resulted in the seizure of more than 10 kilograms of Fentanyl, more than 10 kilograms of Coca-Cola, additional narcotics, over $440,000 in cash, and 19 firearms, including ghost guns, with authorities valuing the overall haul at more than $9 million. In a later update, the Attorney General's office reported that by September 2025, 47 people connected to the broader investigation had been convicted and sentenced, with penalties ranging from probation to lengthy prison terms, including a 25-year sentence for Michael Danzy.
A major crackdown on what authorities describe as a $1 million drug and gun trafficking ring. Several men were arrested following a 1.5-year-long investigation resulting in numerous drug and gun seizures in Brooklyn, Queens, and Nassau County. The arrests stem from long-standing violence and drug sales in and around Rufus King Park in Jamaica. Officials say the accused leader of this drug and gun ring, identified as Adrian Escobar,
This Queens $1 million drug plus gun trafficking ring case was announced June 13, 2023 by the Queens DEA and NYPD, centered on alleged violence and open-air drug sales around Rufus King Park in Jamaica, 103rd Precinct area. Prosecutors said a 1.5-year investigation used wiretaps, plus dozens of undercover buys, including about 40 drug purchases and 5 handgun buys from at least one defendant before search warrants and arrests. According to the Queens DEA's press release, 8 men were charged: Adrian Escobar, King Mango, Junior Escobar, Jose Escobar, Juan Escobar, Manuel Gomez, Jonathan Fernandez, Joseph Fernandez, and Jonathan Suarez. The DA said 3 defendants were charged as major traffickers, and the indictments included a mix of high-level narcotics counts, conspiracy counts, and firearms-related charges.
This bust was 3 years in the making, and officials say was carried out in 3 Washington Heights apartments on Wadsworth and Audubon Avenues. The DEA says trap doors were built into the apartment walls to conceal the stash, nestled between unsuspecting neighbors. There, agents also seized an industrial-scale pill press machine,
pressing hundreds of thousands of pills for distribution throughout the New York City area, but throughout the Northeast.
The DEA's New York division announced what it described as a multi-million-dollar drug bust tied to an alleged operation producing counterfeit pills in Manhattan's Washington Heights. According to officials quoted in the CBS report, agents seized more than 40 pounds of meth, along with Coca-Cola and Fentanyl, which the DEA said were being used as ingredients to manufacture pills that were advertised online as MDMA. Special agent in charge Frank Tarantino said the powders recovered were enough to make roughly 120,000 fatal pills, and warned that what many people think of as MDMA has shifted in recent years. He said the product they're seeing can be meth laced with Fentanyl. The report also says the pills were designed to appeal to younger buyers, including tablets described as resembling marshmallow shapes like those in Lucky Charms. Investigators said the stash was hidden inside a crowded apartment building near Wadsworth Avenue and Audubon Avenue, where drugs were allegedly stored behind trapdoors built into the walls of 3 apartments. Agents also seized an industrial-scale pill press machine, which officials said could be used to press hundreds of thousands of pills for distribution across NYC and the Northeast. The DEA said the investigation was 3 years in the making.
Investigators in New York State execute a massive drug bust, seizing 11 kilos. The drug bust happened in a neighborhood in Ardsley, north of New York City. The Drug Enforcement Agency executed a search warrant on that home on Friday. That's when they found all of those drugs. Neighbors say they would see a lot of cars coming and going at that house, but no one had any idea they were living next to a drug den.
I think they came into a quiet neighborhood and just figured this might be a safe place for them, but I guess not. Shocking. It's shocking and kind of scary and awful all at the same time.
At this point, 5 people have been arrested. Neighbors say 3 of them lived in that
In
home.
early March 2019, federal and local agents raided a quiet residential home in Ardsley, Westchester County, that they described as a Fendi and H mill, a processing and packaging location rather than a street corner deal. Authorities said they seized 5 kilograms of Fenty and 6 kilograms of H, and a DEA official emphasized the Fendi alone was potent enough to be lethal at a massive scale. Investigators said the search turned up more than just bulk drugs. Reporting described cutting agents, grinders, baggies, and other packaging materials, plus furniture with hidden compartments used to conceal powdered substances. Authorities announced 5 arrests: Braulio Mata, Jose Garcia, Ramon Aracena Alf, Diana Duarte Hernandez, and Yarly Mendoza de Lorbe. Follow-up reporting said the charges varied by defendant. Several were described as facing conspiracy and possession charges, while others faced possession, and one was also reported as charged with resisting arrest.
38-year-old Michael Harper of Corning and 28-year-old Anthony Medina of Painted Post are charged with conspiracy to distribute and possess with intent to distribute controlled substances. According to federal prosecutors, both Harper and Medina got shipments of kilos of that they then distributed across western and central New York through contacts in Rochester and Syracuse. Authorities say the men used programs like Signal to send pictures and negotiate drug deals.
Federal and New York State authorities were talking about an 18-month investigation into a New York City-based drug trafficking organization that prosecutors said moved bulk drugs from the West, including California, to NYC, then out to upstate New York. The enforcement phase hit on June 12, 2025, when agents executed 24 searches across New York and New Jersey, made arrests, including in Georgia and Pennsylvania, and seized almost 250 kilograms of Coca-Cola, Fendi pills, other drugs paraphernalia, a firearm, and more than $1 million in cash. Officials said that was on top of earlier seizures during the same probe, totaling 240-plus kilos of Coca-Cola, 185 pounds of meth, and almost 700 pounds of Mary, which is why some outlets summarized it as one of the biggest NYC-linked drug rings in decades. What made this case stand out wasn't just the weight, it was the alleged logistics pipeline. Court documents and reporting describe shipments moved cross-country using trucking warehouses and legit-looking freight loads. One major example described in reporting: law enforcement stopped a tractor-trailer in NYC and found 240 kilograms of Coca-Cola hidden inside chest freezers, plus 686 pounds of Mary in boxes. Investigators say they captured large volumes of text, encrypted chats, tracked stash locations, and followed how bulk loads were broken down into smaller deliveries to upstate dealers. In late March 2017, the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office announced a sweeping takedown of what prosecutors described as a Brooklyn-based drug distribution network that allegedly moved drugs. The DEA said a 357-count indictment charged 34 people, accusing them of operating a structured ring that sold narcotics across New York City, reached into some upstate New York counties, and connected to Phoenix, Arizona, during the period June 2016 through March 2017. Prosecutors laid out what they said was a clear hierarchy. Jerome Horton allegedly ran the Brooklyn distribution side, with Willie Billingsley directly beneath him, and a layer of redistributors who bought and resold drugs in amounts ranging from 5 to 800 grams. On the supply end, the DA alleged that Nigel Maloney, based in Phoenix, mailed Agent Coca-Cola to Warren Apollon in Jamaica, Queens, who then supplied Billingsley for Horton's Brooklyn operation. When demand outpaced that pipeline, investigators said the group allegedly turned to secondary suppliers, naming Joseph Raffoni and Christian Cruz as sources for drugs received in bulk through the mail. On Wednesday, March 15, 2017, authorities said they carried out coordinated early morning raids in the Bronx that led to the arrest of about 40 people described in news coverage as suspected gang members, with charges that included drug trafficking, gun, and robbery offenses, and initial court appearances set for federal court in Lower Manhattan. Investigators said the alleged drug dealing involved Coca-Cola and H and was concentrated mainly in the Bronx, and prosecutors tied one alleged transaction to the December 11, 2016 demise of Jose Morales, also known as Benny White, near East 175th Street. According to the SDNY release, the East 175th and Monroe group involved 15 defendants, while the Weeks Avenue and East 176th each group involved 34 defendants. The indictments alleged conspiracies to distribute, plus firearms offenses. On March 12, 2024, members of the New York Drug Enforcement Task Force, Group T43, were conducting surveillance at 550 West 54th Street in advance of a court-authorized search of apartment 27F. Investigators said they watched Giovanni Salas leave the apartment, took him into custody in the lobby, and recovered a wallet containing identification for Sergio Betancourt Peralta plus a key that allegedly opened the apartment door. Agents entered and searched the apartment, arrested Peralta inside, and recovered roughly 30 pounds of meth and 4 kilograms of coca packed inside a suitcase in a bedroom closet. They also seized about $27,880 in cash from a backpack and reported recovering Peralta's Mexican passport and an expired Visa border crossing card, along with Salas's Mexican voter registration, Colorado driver's license, and U.S. passport. Authorities estimated the narcotics' value at over $1.1 million and said the case was handled with the NYC Office of the Special Narcotics Prosecutor, alongside the DEA, NYPD, and New York State Police. In court, both men initially faced New York felony charges of criminal possession of a controlled substance and were arraigned in Manhattan criminal court. Report states that both defendants ultimately pled guilty to criminal possession of a controlled substance in the third degree and were sentenced to 4 years in prison. And it adds that investigators...
Yeah, that illegal social club was right across the street from where we're standing on the second floor. And cops said they got some tips from folks that live out here in this neighborhood, and that led to the end of this operation. Now, as many as 47 people are suspected in a large drug operation that included an around-the-clock delivery service. So far, 31 people are in custody, 16 people on the run. The oldest suspect, 70 years old. Authorities began investigating this ring about 8 months ago, and just last week they rounded up all the suspects, several of them involved in a secret social club on Monroe Street in the Ironbound section where illegal gambling and drugs were funding that operation. Cops also seized an assault rifle, shotgun, 5 other weapons, some cars, $300,000 in currency. Many of the suspects were part of the delivery operation, while others were just customers. Authorities say this was organized, where the customers called in their orders and the drugs were simply dropped off.
In late August 2019, Essex County prosecutors and Newark officials announced a large takedown they dubbed Operation Short Storm, saying an 8-month investigation uncovered a drug and gambling operation centered around a social club on Monroe Street in Newark's Ironbound neighborhood. Investigators allege the group sourced drugs from Monmouth and Ocean counties and then sold throughout the Ironbound, while also running illegal gambling tied to the club. Authorities described the distribution model as a retail business on wheels. Customers would call in orders, and dealers allegedly used nondescript vehicles to deliver drugs to homes or meet-up spots to avoid attention. Search warrants were executed August 2019 across Newark's Ironbound plus Harrison, Kearny, and locations in Monmouth and Ocean counties. Officials said the raids resulted in 31 arrests, with 16 additional suspects charged but not yet apprehended at the time, and the seizure of about 23,000 grams of Mary and kilograms of Coca-Cola estimated at roughly $1.1 million, plus nearly $300,000 in cash, 7 guns, 12 vehicles, and some prescription pills and luxury jewelry. On the criminal charges, the announcement said defendants faced combinations of conspiracy and narcotics offenses, along with weapons charges. Some individuals were also accused of promoting gambling and related offenses tied to the Monroe Street Club.
They all worked together to take down the 19 men and 4 women allegedly involved in a drug operation that spanned 3 counties.
The message to the bad guys is, if you're going to commit crimes in Bergen, Passaic, or Hudson County, you can't hide anywhere in the state or out of state. We will find you and we will arrest you.
10 people were arrested in the first phase of the operation that started last May. Another 13 arrested in phase 2, and all but 4 who are charged with the highest level crimes are already out of jail. A frustrating reality for the investigators who spent hundreds of hours tracking them down.
Passaic County prosecutors say this 23 arrest, 3-county drug bust started with something small that grew into something much bigger. Complaints in May 2024 about Coca-Cola being sold in Pompton Lakes and other parts of Passaic County, which kicked off a long-term, multi-agency investigation led by the Passaic County Prosecutor's Office and Wayne Police. Authorities described the case as unfolding in 2 major phases. The first wave hit on when police executed 7 search warrants in Passaic and Bergen counties, arresting 10 adults and seizing about 64,104 cash, 13+ ounces of Coca-Cola, 2+ pounds of Mary, and 100+ oxy pills. Prosecutors say the investigation then expanded as they identified higher-level sources and suppliers, leading to a second, larger takedown. 18 more search warrants across Passaic, Bergen, and Hudson counties, producing 13 additional arrests and major seizures, about 244,205 cash, 4 kilos of Coca-Cola, 1.7 pounds of heroin, including 25,000 individually dosed packages, 1.2 pounds of Fentanyl, pills, packaging materials, and 8 firearms with ammunition.
Hackensack police have arrested 10 people for what they say was a, quote, open-air drug market run out of this house on Burden Place. Among the group arrested for their alleged involvement were 8 Hackensack residents, 3 of whom lived here, a man from Little Ferry and 1 resident of Milford, Pennsylvania. Police say they received many complaints about activity in the home, which was, quote, previously the scene of a shooting, assaults, and acts of criminal mischief, and on the corner, a children's playground. According to police, on Thursday they executed a Superior Court authorized search warrant before finding the drugs and making the 10 arrests inside the home. Police charged 6 defendants. Across the street is the St. Paul Lodge building, which has been on Burden Place for almost a century. Colloquially, it was a former turf club.
In August 2019, Hackensack police said they shut down what neighbors described as an open-air drug market operating out of a house at 181 Burden Place. The investigation started after repeated community complaints, and police noted the location had already been tied to prior incidents like a shooting, assaults, and criminal mischief, raising the pressure on investigators to act. According to authorities, detectives surveilled the home and said they observed hand-to-hand transactions consistent with street-level dealing. Investigators also conducted a series of controlled drug buys before moving in for the takedown, and that the Bergen County Regional SWAT team helped execute the warrant alongside local and county partners. When police served the search warrant, they reported recovering multiple drugs with common packaging processing items like scales, grinders, and plastic baggies. They also seized a loaded handgun. After the raid, police said residents thanked officers, a detail that underscored how long the alleged activity had been affecting the block.
Here are the people police say they caught in a nationwide sting. One California man in this poster is still on the loose, Investigators say the group was taking popular legitimate candy and turning them into illegal THC edibles. THC is the substance that creates most of marijuana's high. Police say they seized nearly 21,000 packages of candy, 1,100 pounds of marijuana, and more than 6,000 flavored vaping cartridges. The street value of the drugs was more than $2 million. Police also seized more than $10 million in assets from the suspects, including 21 exotic cars worth $3 million.
What investigators called Operation on the Ropes centered on a warehouse in Manalapan that, from the outside, looked ordinary, but prosecutors said it was being used as a production and staging site for illegal THC products, including counterfeit, brightly packaged edibles made to resemble popular store candies. Authorities said the group bought legitimate candy, then processed it into THC-infused products and packaged it in ways that could be confusing and potentially appealing to younger people. According to the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office and reporting from the time, the investigation lasted about a year, involved arrests across multiple counties, and included a second location tied to the operation, described as a hangar at Monmouth Executive Airport in Wall Township. Officials said the takedown, with arrests announced in early January 2020, followed arrests made in late December 2019. During the raids, authorities reported seizing about 21,000 packages of THC-laced candy, around 1,100 pounds of Mary, and over 6,000 THC vape cartridges, with an estimated street value near $2 million. They also said they seized high-end assets, including luxury vehicles, as part of the case's alleged profits. Prosecutors said 24 people were charged. They publicly identified Dylon Advensky as the alleged East Coast leader and named Eric Karlovich and Niko Romanovsky as alleged suppliers, while noting one suspect in Los Angeles connected to shipments to New Jersey was still at large at the time.
4 people are behind bars after police say they found more than $500,000 worth of in Mercer County following a months-long investigation. William Adrove Rodriguez and Manuel Castro Velazquez, also 2 others, arrested March 21st. The Mercer County Narcotics Task Force acted on a tip from the DEA, leading them to a Motel 6 in Lawrence Township, New Jersey. All 4 are facing numerous narcotics charges.
A months-long Mercer County investigation sparked by a DEA tip led authorities to a Motel 6 in Lawrence Township, Lawrenceville, where detectives say they intercepted what looked like a planned Coca-Cola deal. According to the Mercer County Prosecutor's Office annual report, investigators watched William Adrove Rodriguez retrieve a large duffel bag from a Ford Expedition parked at the motel and then check into room 136. Police say they also observed Elvin Perez Medina and Jamie Acevedo Correa get into the Expedition and drive off, while Manuel Castro Velazquez arrived separately and parked near the room moves investigators interpreted as coordinated activity around the motel meetup. Detectives obtained search warrants, searched the room, and reported finding about 5 kilograms of powder Coca-Cola, valued by authorities at roughly $500,000. Leading to arrests and additional stops nearby.
Police say they arrested 7 people this week in Fort Lee. The Bergen County Prosecutor's Office says the suspects were involved in the distribution of the drugs in Bergen County and New York City.
In October 2019, Bergen County authorities said a Fort Lee investigation led to the arrests of 7 people accused of moving large quantities of Mary and THC hash oil vape cartridges between Bergen County and New York City. The suspects on October 16th and reported seizing about 81 pounds of Mary and roughly 6,000 THC hash oil vaporizer cartridges, valuing the haul at around $500,000. Authorities publicly identified the defendants as Candy Cheung, Staten Island, Wo Kyung Woo, Brooklyn, Sheng Dong, Brooklyn, Diying Li, Brooklyn, Luxia Chen, Brooklyn, Guanglei Zhao, Flushing, and Yang Liu, Brooklyn, and described 2 linked arrests, one involving a major marijuana seizure, Cheung, and another involving thousands of THC cartridges, Wu, followed by a second operation where additional suspects were found with more Mary and cartridges.
Heavily armed Homeland Security investigation agents, along with Plainfield police, were seen entering this house near Grant Avenue and West 3rd Street. Now, that's one location where HSI agents and police say that 9 suspects were selling. Federal prosecutors say the suspects are part of a blood subset known as the Sex, Money, and Murder Gang. HSI officials say this was a significant trafficking ring.
What federal investigators say was happening in Plainfield was an open-air drug market operating in and around West 3rd Street, where a crew allegedly sold various drugs day after day while using the neighborhood as its storefront. When the case was first announced on May 2, 2024, 9 people were charged by criminal complaint with conspiracy to distribute, and that the group was affiliated with the SMM subset of the Bloods. Agents describe hundreds of suspected hand-to-hand transactions observed since around April 2023, along with repeated buys and seizures where glass-lined envelopes and other packaging, plus extensive video surveillance capturing daily interactions and exchanges of suspected drug proceeds. By the later stages, authorities said search warrants and arrests led to the recovery of multiple firearms, controlled substances, and packaging distribution supplies.
This was the after scene outside the Kretschmer homes just off Frelinghuysen Avenue. Agents in full gear, they descended on the housing project during the early morning hours, taking 17 people into custody. The agencies say with their combined resources, they conducted wiretaps, followed informant tips, and used other crime-fighting tools to make the arrest, seizing guns.
Over the past year, the Bloods gang has terrorized the Kretschmer Homes public housing complex in Newark, New Jersey, using violence and fear to operate their drug trafficking business.
I don't think they've been terrorizing now, because if they was terrorizing, I wouldn't be here.
Federal authorities say the early morning raid at Newark's Kretschmer Homes, near the 900 block of Frelinghuysen Avenue, was the culmination of a long-running investigation into what they described as an open-air narcotics market operating in and around the housing complex. In public statements, the attorney's office said 30 people were charged for their alleged roles in the organization, while some early coverage described 25 members of the core drug trafficking group in the unsealed complaint. Investigators allege the group sold large amounts of various drugs in the complex, and that many members were tied to a neighborhood-based street gang structure associated with the Bloods, using intimidation and violence to defend territory. Authorities also allege firearms were used to protect drug supply and proceeds, one reason the operation was framed as both a drug and gun case. According to the DOJ, the arrests and charges grew out of wiretaps, controlled purchases, analysis of phone records, and physical surveillance. On June 11, 2025, agents took 17 defendants into custody during the sweep. Prosecutors said 7 more were already locked up on state charges. 1 was already in federal custody, and 4 defendants remained at large at the time.
19 alleged members of a Jersey City gang now face charges in a big drug trafficking conspiracy. Federal officials say the charges include conspiracy to distribute and other narcotics. Investigators say they observed and documented hundreds of narcotics transactions over a month-long
Federal prosecutors say this Jersey City case targets a drug trafficking organization tied to the Salem Lafayette housing complex, nicknamed Saw Laugh, and alleges the group sold various drugs in and around that public housing area. Investigators documented hundreds of suspected narcotics transactions in and around the complex during a months-long probe and used a mix of tools, wiretaps, controlled purchases by confidential informants, phone record analysis, and physical fixed surveillance to build the case. Prosecutors also said the operation resulted in the recovery of suspected controlled substances and illegal guns. Court documents split the alleged roles into 2 lanes. Prosecutors say a group of defendants were members associates of the Saw Laugh neighborhood street gang, while another set were alleged suppliers feeding narcotics into the organization.
Well, Eric, authorities say this violent street gang ran their organization in the Bradley Court housing complex in Newark. 18 alleged members and associates have been arrested, and 24 are being charged for conspiracy to distribute 400 or more grams of.
Several of these defendants used rap songs and music videos on social media to intimidate rivals, threaten witnesses, and promote their criminal enterprise. If you spread the poison or engage in this violent activity, we will use every resource necessary to find you, dismantle your operation, and to fully prosecute you.
Federal authorities say this Essex County, Newark case targets a drug and guns organization that operated out of the Bradley Court housing complex, and they describe it as a Bloods-affiliated street gang enterprise that used fear, social media, and firearms to protect an open-air drug trade. Prosecutors say many of the defendants were members or associates of SMM Bloods-affiliated group, and that the Bradley Court faction was also known as M Block or Tombstone Gang, aligned with another Bloods-affiliated group, Voorhees, together nicknamed Munhees. One detail officials highlighted as part of the intimidation narrative. Prosecutors allege the enterprise used social media, including the release and promotion of drill rap songs and music videos, to intimidate rivals and witnesses, and to promote the group. Authorities also tied machine gun possession charges to a June 17, 2025 shooting in Newark that prosecutors said occurred in rival gang territory. 3 defendants were charged with possessing the machine gun, and one of them was additionally charged as a convicted felon in possession of firearms ammunition. Atlantic County prosecutors say this case started as a drug distribution investigation and grew into a sweeping RICO indictment that named 30 people tied to a network operating roughly 2016-2020 across multiple parts of South Jersey. Authorities identified Stephen Martinez and Shiraz Khan as key suppliers-distributors, alleging the organization moved large quantities of drugs and used the proceeds to fuel more crime and maintain control. One of the most alarming allegations was that the operation didn't stop when members were locked up. Investigators said Khan kept directing trafficking activity while incarcerated at the Atlantic County Justice Facility by using contraband cell phones and allegedly relying on a corrections officer, Luis Mercado, to help smuggle contraband into the jail. Mercado was charged in a separate case with official misconduct tied to bringing contraband into the facility, and state records later listed him as terminated. The indictment also tied the racketeering enterprise to a deletion. Prosecutors charged Martinez, Shamar Scott, and Deshaun Hose in the February 10, 2019 shooting death of Damon Talley in Atlantic City. Police were alerted early that morning and Talley later died. Stephen Martinez received an aggregate 35-year state prison sentence. Shiraz Khan was sentenced to an aggregate 15 years, and Deshaun Hose was sentenced to 12 years. State officials said this case targeted a drive-through H-Market operating off I-78 in Newark, where motorists exiting the highway could pull into the area near Ridgewood Avenue and buy H quickly, like a curbside pickup. Investigators described it as a neighborhood-based distribution hub that mixed heavy narcotics trafficking with a serious weapons presence, creating a volatile setup for residents and responding officers. On December 12, 2018, detectives executed multiple search warrants at different Newark locations and arrested the core defendants. Officials reported seizing over 100,000 individually packaged bags decks of H, 13 firearms, cash totaling over $195,000, plus Mary and several vehicles, who was charged, and what they were accused of. In April 2019, the state announced a grand jury indictment of Dashian Coleman, Hashan Landrum, Lamont Thomas, and Quamir Elliman, alleging they ran the ring. Convictions/pleas and sentences. The outcome. By 2022, all 4 principal defendants had pleaded guilty, and at a sentencing hearing before Superior Court Judge Harold Fululovi Jr., the court imposed the following prison terms. Dashian Coleman received an aggregate 14 years, with 42 months of parole and eligibility, and also pleaded to unlawful possession of an assault weapon. Hashan Landrum received an aggregate 10 years, with 42 months of parole and eligibility, and also pleaded to possession of a firearm in the commission of a CDS offense. Lamont Thomas received 7 years, and Quamir Elliman received an aggregate 5 years, with 42 months of parole in eligibility, and also pleaded to unlawful possession of an assault weapon. After a 3-month Hudson County Prosecutor's Office Narcotics Task Force investigation, authorities announced the arrests of 5 men they accused of running a Jersey City narcotics network that distributed various drugs. The arrests occurred in June 2017, 4 on June 30th and Caldwell on June 19th, and the prosecutor noted Taylor was on parole after serving a long sentence for aggravated manslaughter, and Mabel was on probation at the time. Authorities said the search and arrest phase recovered a large 1,009 of suspected narcotics and other evidence.
Over there, surrounding my car.
This woman, who did not want to be identified, says she saw the whole thing while driving to work. Police say the arrests are the result of a 7-month joint investigation by the FBI, ATF, and the Waterbury Police Department into a drug ring. Interim Chief Fernando Spagnolo says all of the men now behind bars are affiliated with the ATM gang, a gang police say is responsible for violent acts throughout the city. The investigation included purchases of drugs by law enforcement confidential sources, seizures of drugs during motor vehicle stops, surveillance and court-authorized wiretaps on cell phones. This woman says she's seen several police raids out here in the last few years.
Federal agents carried out an early morning drug raid in Waterbury, Connecticut, surprising residents as law enforcement descended on a neighborhood as part of a coordinated narcotics investigation. Authorities say the operation involved federal agents working alongside local police, executing search warrants tied to suspected drug trafficking activity in the area. During the raid, investigators reportedly seized illegal drugs, evidence connected to distribution, and other items linked to the operation, while multiple individuals were taken into custody.
On Sunday, 2 men tried to buy cocaine from a Hartford police officer at the police station. No kidding. According to Hartford police, the officer was leaving work when the 2 men approached him and asked him to sell them. The men then said they needed an ATM, so the officer sent them to the ATM in the police department lobby. They took out $60. And officers
Hartford police say 2 individuals were arrested on drug charges after an unusual early morning encounter outside the Hartford Police Department, where they allegedly attempted to purchase Coca-Cola from an officer without realizing who he was. According to authorities, the suspects approached the officer and tried to arrange a drug transaction, but were quickly detained once the situation became clear. Police took both individuals into custody at the scene and charged them with attempted possession and other narcotics-related offenses.
Finding all of these illegal products from the stores. You're looking at illegal, including vapes and edibles, much of it, police say, clearly marketed to minors. No, officers didn't make any arrests on scene, but they say they will be following up with warrants and taking further action. The effort's now going on for a little while now, with New Haven police working with state police and other state agencies to crack down on this problem. Now, this after a series of complaints from neighbors, illegal activity reported at smoke shops, and criminal behavior connected back to them.
Police in New Haven, Connecticut said they carried out unannounced inspections at 3 smoke shops on May 7, 2025, seizing about 100 pounds of illegal Mary products including edibles, vape products, concentrates, and Mary flower in what officials described as part of a growing crackdown on unlicensed drug sales. City officials said the operation was driven by a mix of citizen complaints, alleged illegal sales, and related criminal activity, and they emphasized that the raids marked the beginning of increased inspections and enforcement efforts aimed at holding smoke shop owners and employees accountable under Connecticut Mary laws.
Now, investigators say they're linked to a local group known as the Get Money Steppas. The suspects are being charged with corrupt organization and racketeering activity. The investigation dates back to May of 2023, when Hartford's Major Crimes Unit and numerous other organizations began looking into a series of crimes, among them narcotic dealings, theft, and police say in many cases members of the group used altered weapons or ghost guns as well. Officials also tell us 8 of the 13 people were already in federal custody for criminal acts. The other 5 were taken into custody within the last 2 weeks.
Hartford police say 13 suspected members of a group linked to multiple violent crimes were arrested following a months-long investigation targeting both drug activity and serious offenses in the city, in what authorities described as a major coordinated crackdown. According to investigators, the group was allegedly involved in drug trafficking as well as violent acts including shootings and possibly homicide-related incidents, prompting a large-scale operation involving local and federal partners.
Here's the picture released by police. 3,000 bags of
along with the material used for cutting it and packing it. They need to run the drug factory, as well as 2 loaded handguns. Now, police did arrest 2 people. Here are their mugshots. Edward Cruz, 28 years old. He's being held on $600,000 bail, as well as 26-year-old Dennis Murtick. He's being held on $500,000 bail. Both of those 2 tonight under arrest for multiple charges, including risk of injury to a minor because it was so close to a school. And people in the neighborhood saying the police did a good job on this one.
Hartford police say a drug bust on Roosevelt Street led to the seizure of more than 3,000 bags of H, in what authorities described as a significant street-level trafficking operation in the city. According to investigators, officers executed the operation after receiving information about ongoing narcotics activity at the location, where they recovered large quantities of H packaged for individual sale, along with additional evidence tied to distribution.
Arrest following a crash-turned-drug bust in Hartford's West End. Police say they arrested 23-year-old Ashad Pugh of Waterbury and 34-year-old Aaron Taylor of Windsor on Saturday. The Department of Correction website shows that Pugh was an escapee from prison. And in 2015, we reported that Taylor was wanted for shooting a pastor. We're told the Acura they were traveling in crashed into a parked car on Kenyon Street, pushed it near a house.
Hartford police say 2 individuals were arrested after officers discovered drugs and firearms inside a vehicle during an investigation in the city, leading to multiple serious charges. According to authorities, officers conducted a stop that resulted in a search of the car, where they recovered illegal narcotics along with at least 1 firearm, raising concerns about the connection between drug activity and gun violence.
Here they are, posing for this picture on Twitter. Police say the narcotic detection dogs were brought in when officers became suspicious of a rental truck that they had pulled over on I-95 in Darien. And they were right. The dogs sniffed out 420 pounds of marijuana.
Connecticut State Police say a major interstate drug bust on Interstate 95 in Darien led to the seizure of roughly 420 pounds of marijuana after narcotics K-9 units alerted officers during a traffic stop, uncovering a large shipment hidden inside a U-Haul truck. According to authorities, troopers initially stopped the vehicle for a motor vehicle violation around midday on October 25, 2019, but became suspicious and deployed multiple narcotics detection dogs, which signaled the presence of drugs in the cargo area. A subsequent search revealed the Mary, leading to the arrests of 2 suspects, both from Los Angeles.
A Connecticut woman arrested after leaving behind drugs in her Airbnb in Barrie. Police there say they were called to the rental by the Airbnb's owner on Saturday after they reported finding drugs while cleaning the room. Later that night, officers got a call that the renter had returned to try and get back what she'd left behind. Police arrived and identified her as 30-year-old Natasha Gonzalez of Hartford. Officers say they found more drugs on her and she was taken into custody. Now,
a Connecticut woman was arrested after police say she left a large quantity of drugs behind at an Airbnb rental in Bar, Vermont, triggering a police investigation. Authorities say Natasha Gonzalez of Hartford, Connecticut, had checked out early from an Airbnb on Railroad Street with her fiancé before the property owner discovered a significant stash of narcotics inside the rental and alerted police. Officers tested the substances and reportedly found more than 116 grams of drugs. Investigators say Gonzalez later returned to the property attempting to retrieve the drugs, but the door code had already been changed and police were called to the scene, where they found additional drugs and cash on her and placed her under arrest.
A total of 15 people were arrested this month. An FBI investigation found 15 members of a narcotics trafficking organization traveled to New York and Puerto Rico to get the drugs. Investigators said they shipped them to various addresses across our state. Authorities also seized several packages.
Federal prosecutors say 15 people were charged in a major Southern Connecticut drug trafficking conspiracy after a grand jury in New Haven returned an indictment alleging the group distributed across the region. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, investigators identified the organization as being led by Damian Hazel, with members allegedly traveling to the Bronx to obtain kilogram quantities of Fentanyl into Puerto Rico to source Coca-Cola that was then mailed into Connecticut.
Now to more on one of the largest ever drug busts from a home here in our area. More than 90 pounds of drugs seized from a New Hartford home. A drug investigation that began in Utica led police to this home on Alexandria Road in the town of New Hartford. Police say on Friday they executed a search warrant. Hubbard is charged with an A1 felony of criminal possession of a controlled substance, which police say is equivalent to a charge of murder for the potential time in state prison he could face. So, despite it being a single charge for all that was seized, police say it is definitely a very serious charge he is facing.
Authorities say a major narcotics seizure took place on Alexandria Road in New Hartford, Connecticut, where investigators recovered large quantities of illegal drugs and cash during a targeted operation. According to police, the bust resulted in the seizure of more than 7.5 pounds of Coca-Cola, approximately 85 pounds of Mary, and around $20,000 in cash, along with other items believed to be connected to drug distribution activity.
A federal grand jury returning an indictment charging 7 people in connection to the operation, including these alleged co-conspirators, with 45-year-old Keldon Hinton of New Haven as the alleged ringleader. The details uncovered in June of 2023 when law enforcement was informed of a counterfeit pill manufacturing and trafficking operation allegedly taking place in this rented East Haven garage on Tyler Street Extension. Our Fox 61 cameras capturing the collection of these drugs earlier this month as DEA agents found what we now know was more than 1 million counterfeit pills.
He would have those delivered to a number of co-conspirators who would catch the packages, for lack of a better term, and bring them to his lab, where then he would manufacture the pills using the pill press.
Then U.S. Attorney Lauren Clark says his helpers would either pick them up or the pills would be sold on the dark web, delivered here in Connecticut and across the country through the U.S. Postal Service.
Federal prosecutors say 7 individuals were charged in what authorities described as one of the largest counterfeit pill manufacturing operations uncovered in Connecticut, following a major investigation centered in East Haven. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, investigators allege the group operated a clandestine pill manufacturing lab out of a rented garage, where federal agents discovered equipment used to press pills along with hundreds of thousands of counterfeit tablets designed to resemble legitimate prescription medications. Authorities said the fake pills were believed to contain fentanyl and other controlled substances, making them particularly dangerous because users often believe they are purchasing real pharmaceutical drugs.
Police said a traffic stop in Norwalk turned into a drug arrest. The Norwalk PD said an officer tried to pull over 33-year-old Vladimir Ruales Espinoza last night near Sunset Hill Avenue because they said his motorcycle didn't have a registration plate. However, they said Ruales Espinoza got off his bike and then ran away. Police said they stopped him with a stun gun and eventually...
Police in Norwalk, Connecticut say a 33-year-old Stamford man, Vladimir Ruales Espinoza, was arrested after allegedly fleeing from officers while carrying a large supply of narcotics during a late-night incident in October 2025. According to authorities, officers attempted to stop Ruales Espinoza before he tried to run from police, but he was quickly apprehended. During the arrest, investigators reported seizing 113 grams of Coca-Cola along with 15 Xanax bars and 17 Oxy pills. Quantities police say indicated potential distribution rather than personal use.
Police, working with a confidential informant, bought drugs from Knight in Massachusetts and later Brattleboro. During one of the buys, Knight asked the informant if he would be willing to kill a man, offering $10,000. Knight provided the informant with additional details on the man's identity, the plan for the and paid a $1,000 deposit. Knight was arrested shortly after.
Authorities say a Connecticut man was arrested after an interstate drug investigation uncovered an alleged deletion for hire plot tied to a trafficking operation, turning what began as a narcotics case into a far more serious criminal investigation. According to investigators, the suspect had been under scrutiny for drug trafficking activities that crossed state lines, but during the probe, authorities discovered evidence suggesting he had attempted to arrange the demise of an individual connected to the case, allegedly offering payment in exchange for carrying out.
2 people were recently arrested in a major drug bust just across state lines in Hartford. 45-year-old Carla Flores and 30-year-old Christian Burgos Rodriguez are facing drug charges. Police found more than 48 pounds of worth $600,000 at a shipping facility. Law enforcement repackaged the deliveries with a sham substance and staked out to see who accepted it. The bust was part of a long-term investigation into cocaine being shipped from Puerto Rico to several Connecticut cities.
Yet, authorities say 2 Hartford residents were arrested following a major Coca-Cola trafficking investigation that uncovered a large shipment of drugs sent through the mail, in what officials described as a coordinated, multi-agency operation. According to Connecticut State Police, investigators were alerted to suspicious packages shipped from Puerto Rico to a Hartford address, which were later found to contain more than 22,000 grams of Coca-Cola with an estimated street value of around $600,000. Detectives conducted a controlled delivery to the residence on Harvard Street, where 45-year-old Carla Flores accepted the package, while 30-year-old Christian Burgo Rodriguez was seen monitoring the drop-off before attempting to flee, leading to both suspects being taken into custody. During a search of the home, officers also discovered drug packaging materials, a digital weight, and a small quantity of Fentanyl, along with a young child inside the residence, which led to additional charges.
It's this picture that's quickly going viral. 124 pounds of marijuana seized along I-95 and now in the hands of Maryland State Police. A state trooper spots a minivan speeding near White Marsh in Baltimore County.
State police say this is the van the 67-year-old was traveling in. And once troopers pulled him over, they immediately knew something was suspicious.
When multiple troopers arrive and the K-9 unit is brought out. Inside the back of the van under blankets, troopers find 124 pounds, taking $620,000 worth of drugs off the streets. The driver, 67-year-old John Damaris of Waterbury, Connecticut, is now behind bars.
Laws. A Connecticut man was arrested in a large Mary bust in Maryland after state police say troopers stopped his vehicle on Interstate 95 and discovered 124 pounds of Mary inside, turning a routine traffic stop into a major drug seizure. According to reports, John Paul Demorest of Waterbury, Connecticut, was pulled over in the northbound lanes of I-95 near White Marsh, Maryland, on October 22, 2016, for speeding, and after a K-9 scan of the vehicle, troopers found the Mary and took him into custody on trafficking-related charges. Authorities said the quantity seized strongly suggested the drugs were intended for distribution rather than personal use, and the case stood out as a significant interstate marijuana trafficking arrest involving a Connecticut suspect.
2 people from Newington now facing charges. They are there on your screen. They are Sonal Mamedovich and Claudia Avdiaj. Police believe both of them were selling drugs. And
Hartford police say 2 Newington men were arrested after a narcotics investigation led officers to execute 5 search and seizure warrants tied to suspected drug dealing in the capital city, resulting in a major haul of drugs, guns, cash, and a vehicle. The seizure of 10 firearms, including assault rifles, 220 grams of Coca-Cola, $116,000 in cash, and a 2018 Dodge Ram.
Hartford man is facing federal charges after police conducted drug busts at 2 homes. The warrants were for houses on Amity Street in Florence. 38-year-old Kenny Laporte is under arrest. Police say they seized 9 firearms, nearly 600 grams.
Hartford police say a local man was arrested after investigators uncovered large quantities of drugs during coordinated searches of 2 homes in the city, following an ongoing narcotics investigation. According to authorities, officers executed search warrants at the properties and recovered significant amounts of illegal drugs along with packaging materials and other items consistent with distribution, leading them to believe the operation was tied to street-level trafficking rather than personal use.
2 people from Connecticut in jail tonight after a drug bust in Brattleboro. Vermont State Police say 38-year-old Rondale Mapp and 30-year-old Raitisha Hernandez, both of Hartford, were arrested as a result of a months-long drug investigation into the distribution at a home on Central Street. Police used confidential informants to purchase drugs from Mapp and Hernandez multiple times.
Authorities say 2 Hartford, Connecticut residents were arrested after a drug bust in Brattleboro, Vermont, following a months-long investigation into narcotics trafficking across state lines. According to Vermont State Police, 38-year-old Rondale Mapp and 30-year-old Retisha Hernandez were taken into custody after investigators uncovered an operation distributing Fentanyl and Coca-Cola from a home on Central Street. Investigators used confidential informants who made multiple controlled purchases from both suspects, helping build the case before arrests were made.
A massive drug bust in Hartford. 16 kilograms of fentanyl, 30,000 fentanyl pills, along with several other drugs and guns. 38-year-olds Erasmo Wally Rosario Hernandez and Wiley Arias de la Cruz, both of the Dominican Republic and living in Hartford, are accused of being involved in a massive drug trafficking network.
Federal authorities say 2 Hartford residents were charged after investigators seized more than 16 kilograms of Fentanyl in what prosecutors described as one of the largest one-time Fentanyl seizures ever seen in Connecticut, following a DEA-led investigation into a major trafficking operation. According to court documents, investigators first stopped a car on March 11, 2022, and recovered more than 1 kilogram of Fentanyl from a passenger. Then searched a Magnolia Street home in Hartford and found another kilogram of Fentanyl, about 16,000 counterfeit fentanyl pills disguised as 30-milligram oxy tablets, and high-capacity magazines. After a narcotics detection dog alerted to a Mercedes parked outside, agents searched the vehicle and recovered approximately 14 more kilograms of Fentanyl, about 1,000 prepackaged bags of Fentanyl, another 16,000 fake pills, a kilogram press, 4 assault-style rifles, 2 handguns, ammunition, false IDs, and about 66,000 in counterfeit cash.
Waterbury police make a massive drug and weapons bust. 4 people under arrest. Police say among the haul, they found over a kilogram, 1,300 bags of and 6 guns. One of the guns was reported stolen. State police and the DEA assisting with that arrest.
Waterbury police say multiple individuals were arrested following a targeted drug bust in the city as part of an ongoing investigation into local narcotics activity. According to authorities, officers executed search warrants tied to suspected drug distribution, leading to the seizure of illegal narcotics, cash, and other evidence associated with trafficking, while several suspects were taken into custody at the scene.
Operation No Escape started as a way to help keep Connecticut streets safer. It started just 3 weeks ago, and agents tell us the number of arrests made during that time represent a committed effort to stopping violent crime.
Our collective efforts resulted in 84 total fugitive apprehensions across 7 states and Puerto Rico.
Authorities say dozens of individuals were taken into custody across Connecticut as part of a large-scale summer crackdown known as Operation No Escape, targeting violent crime and drug-related activity statewide. According to investigators, the operation involved coordinated efforts between state police, local departments, and federal partners, focusing on suspects linked to narcotics trafficking, firearms offenses, and other violent crimes.
Authorities arrested 2 men from Connecticut during a traffic stop on Fairfield Street, though these men had been under investigation for several months. Agents say they found heroin.
Authorities say 2 Connecticut men were taken into custody following a major drug bust that uncovered a significant quantity of illegal narcotics as part of an investigation into suspected trafficking activity in the region. According to police, officers executed search warrants after gathering intelligence on the operation, leading to the seizure of large amounts of drugs along with evidence consistent with distribution, including packaging materials and other items tied to the sale of narcotics.
This man is one of more than 100 people arrested during the early morning raids, aimed at a problem residents are all too familiar with in New London and Norwich.
I'm thinking it's about time to take these drugs off the street because it's crazy. You see drug deals and kids and you find needles and stuff in the parks. It's out of control.
Agents from Homeland Security, along with federal, state, and local law enforcement, say they did take a major amount of drugs off the street during the sunrise searches. As children went to school, officers say they broke up 2 major drug smuggling rings, from street-level dealers to the heads of the 2 alleged drug rings. They are now behind bars. New London leaders say the joint effort, which started with New London police and led to the 2-year investigation, has ridded the city of more than 90% of its drug problem. and they...
Authorities say more than 100 suspected drug dealers were arrested during a series of massive coordinated raids across eastern Connecticut, following a large-scale investigation targeting H and Coca-Cola trafficking networks operating in multiple cities and towns.
Police are waiting for lab reports to come back after 7 officers were exposed to a white powder. They came in contact with it during a raid at an apartment on Garden Street in the north end of the city yesterday afternoon. Again, they are still awaiting those lab results. 1 state trooper, 1 Hartford police officer had to be taken to hospitals. 5 others were treated on the scene.
Hartford police say 3 individuals were arrested after a drug bust turned hazardous when 7 officers were exposed to suspected Fentanyl powder during the operation, highlighting the extreme dangers officers face when handling synthetic opioids. According to authorities, the incident occurred during a search tied to a narcotics investigation, where officers encountered what was believed to be fentanyl, a substance so potent that even small amounts can pose serious health risks. Several officers reported feeling ill and were treated as a precaution, while investigators secured the scene and took 3 suspects into custody on drug-related charges.
Sonia, $6 million. Connecticut State Police saying it is one of the largest, if not the largest, bust in the entire history of the state of Connecticut. Take a look at it. This is what it looks like. Over 100 kilos. It's all packed in bricks, just like in the movies. They caught it raw, pure, right out of the trucking terminal. They said it was delivered with a forklift. It was so heavy. The dogs hit on it. They had information, intelligence. They did make 1 arrest, a man from the Bronx. He is being detained right now, and he is under arrest on a huge amount of drug charges.
Connecticut State Police say a major drug investigation led to the seizure of more than $6 million worth of Coca-Cola, marking one of the largest narcotics busts in the state's history at the time. According to authorities, the operation targeted a large-scale trafficking network moving significant quantities of Coca-Cola into Connecticut, with investigators executing search warrants after a lengthy probe into suspected distribution activity.
They said they pulled over 32-year-old Connecticut resident Tyler Junk on Leiden Road Sunday for not having a license plate light. They said a passenger was having a medical emergency and they searched the car and found the drugs.
Police in Greenfield, Massachusetts say a man from Windsor, Connecticut, was arrested on drug charges following a traffic stop that escalated after the passenger in the vehicle experienced a medical emergency early Sunday morning. According to authorities, officers stopped the car and soon discovered the passenger in distress, prompting emergency responders to the scene, where the situation led investigators to uncover illegal narcotics inside the vehicle. Hartford police say
are investigating after a stolen car turned into a massive drug bust. They say it happened on C Street. A stolen car reportedly crashed into parked cars Saturday afternoon. Well, inside that vehicle, officers seized more than $500 in cash.
New Haven police say a 26-year-old man, identified as Johnny Demps, was arrested after allegedly leading officers on a pursuit through the C Street area, turning a routine stop into a narcotics-related case. According to authorities, the incident began when officers attempted to stop Demps, but he allegedly fled, prompting a police pursuit before being taken into custody.
Facing charges this afternoon after a drug bust, big one in Hartford. Cops got several complaints about drug sales going on in the area of Franklin Avenue. Detectives identified buyers and sellers, leading to a search of an apartment there.
Hartford police say 9 people were arrested following an undercover narcotics operation in the city's south end, as officers targeted what they described as ongoing street-level drug activity in the area. According to authorities, the investigation led to a coordinated sweep where police seized illegal drugs, cash, and a vehicle, while taking multiple suspects into custody on a combination of new drug charges and outstanding warrants. Connecticut State Police.
On the shoreline to Norwich police and the FBI seized nearly 4.5 pounds this morning, along with 2 handguns and some other drug-related stuff. Police arrested 21-year-old Javon Morse. Police say his arrest is part of a larger investigation into
Federal
trafficking.
authorities say a Norwich man was arrested after investigators identified him as a key figure in a Coca-Cola trafficking operation bringing large quantities of drugs into Connecticut, as part of a broader federal probe into distribution networks across the southeastern region of the state. According to prosecutors, the suspect, was accused of trafficking significant amounts of Coca-Cola while also facing firearms-related charges tied to the operation, raising the seriousness of the case. Officials said the investigation targeted supply lines feeding narcotics into local communities, and Morse ultimately pleaded guilty to the charges. In December 2017, he was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison, followed by 4 years of supervised release.
During October, detectives got word that 22-year-old Angel Luna of East Hartford was selling drugs. He was arrested, but police said he was back on the street and selling again yesterday. Luna was arrested for a second time, and it led detectives to the home of 45-year-old Angel Masonette on Jefferson Street. Luna and Masonette were arrested on possession and sales-related charges.
Hartford police say a suspected drug dealer was arrested for the second time in just 1 month after investigators launched back-to-back narcotics operations targeting his alleged street-level activity, highlighting ongoing efforts to crack down on repeat offenders in the city. According to reports, the suspect, 22-year-old Angel Luna of East Hartford, was taken into custody again after police said he quickly returned to selling drugs following a prior arrest earlier that same month. Authorities moved in during a second operation and charged him with additional narcotics offenses, reinforcing concerns about repeat distribution activity.
Connecticut, 43-year-old Mauricio Castellano Rojas was arrested in Hartford last week. He's accused of entering the U.S. illegally for the first time in 2007. Officials say he was sent back to his home country of Mexico, and then he returned.
Distribution activity. Authorities say an undocumented man from Mexico was arrested in Hartford as part of a case involving both drug trafficking and prostitute work-related crimes, following a broader investigation into illegal activity operating out of a storefront in the city. According to officials, Mauricio Castellano Rojas was taken into custody by immigration agents after previously being arrested by Hartford police in connection to an alleged operation that functioned as a front for both narcotics distribution and a prostitution business. Investigators say a raid on the location uncovered cocaine, large amounts of cash, around $30,000, ammunition, and evidence of organized illegal activity, while authorities also identified multiple women working at the site, some of whom reported being involved in commercial sex.
But at dawn, SWAT teams broke the early morning silence, hitting nearly a dozen locations in and around Hartford. Police say they arrested 9 people at this location on Zion Street, seizing thousands and thousands of bags of heroin. In all, police are looking to arrest nearly 20 suspects. This is one of them in the blue hoodie just released from federal court. And because the FBI and ATF and the U.S. Attorney is involved, the charges will be federal. Charges that carry much stronger penalties with longer prison terms.
Narcotics-related offenses. Federal agents and Hartford police, including SWAT teams, carried out a large-scale early morning raid on a Hartford neighborhood, arresting several individuals as part of a coordinated drug trafficking investigation. Authorities say the operation involved executing multiple search warrants at homes believed to be tied to H and Coca-Cola distribution, with heavily armed officers securing the area while investigators collected evidence. During the raid, police reportedly seized illegal narcotics, cash, and items associated with drug packaging and sales, while taking multiple suspects into custody on drug-related charges. Federal agent distribution. Taken together, these cases show that drug trafficking in Connecticut is not limited to one city or one type of operation. It spans urban neighborhoods, suburban communities, and even crosses state and international borders. The investigations you've seen today span thousands of miles from Florida to Connecticut, but they all reveal the same pattern. Drug trafficking has evolved into highly organized supply chains that rely on interstate highways, stash houses, coded communications, and coordinated distribution networks to move narcotics throughout the East Coast. While local police, state investigators, DEA task forces, FBI agents, and other law enforcement partners continue to dismantle these operations through undercover investigations, wiretaps, surveillance, and search warrants, officials acknowledge that new organizations constantly emerge to replace those taken down. Every major seizure represents drugs that authorities say never reach neighborhoods, schools, and communities. But the fight is far from over. If you enjoyed this documentary, be sure to subscribe for more in-depth crime documentaries covering drug busts, gang investigations, organized crime, and major law enforcement operations from across the United States.